Before I start with my session, I would like to know whether all the centers are with us. So first, I come to Government Polytechnic Jalna, Maharashtra. Are you getting my voice, sir? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we come to the second center, that is MMU Ambala. Are you getting our voice? Okay, you are getting our
You're
voice.
getting a what?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Then Government Women Polytechnic College, Jaipur. You're getting our voice.
Yes.
Thank you. Now we come to next one is Gandhi Engineering College, Odisha. Very good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Getting our voice. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And a very good morning to all the participants at all the Noodle centers and at this center also. So the theme that today I have reserved for my session, my interaction with you is e-governance framework for technical educational institutions. So again, based on the things so far covered, so I would like to bridge in the gaps where they may be and add certain perspective to it. So what we will be covering, first we will be having a certain addition to the definition of e-governance that has already been provided by different experts from NILET and IBM. So we would like to add, I would like to add one more perspective that I thought that it may have, it should not create confusion first. And second, then we will go through a formal presentation in which I had an expert from NIC based on their experiences, how they see it from a project angle to deliver a e-governance initiative. So what components they have faced. So we will have the what kind of titles they have kept if you have to go for planning a e-governance report or project report. Then third, we would like to see, there was a presentation by one of the principals of Government Women Polytechnic of Allahabad, in which he has wonderfully proposed how it can be implemented for integrating the state level polytechnic with the main director technical education, what plan he has proposed. So I thought it is a relevant one for the polytechnics who are connected with us. Maybe certain polytechnics are having it. So third, we will be having a quick glimpse into that. Then fourth, I would like to share with you certain documents that I will be mailing you also. And but in those documents, these are the documents that I scroll down through different websites operative in the domain of e-governance. So what are the relevant kind of skills required? What e-governance competency framework government has envisaged, and how they implement the projects. So that will be that objective. And last, if the time permits, I would like to show you one of the payment fee module of Thapa University for myself. A quick glimpse into that. I will be opening my account and showing you how the fees is being submitted online. Now you need not go to the banks and all. So I will give you a glimpse of that, so that you may design that kind of initiative for your institutions also. So this will be the flow of our presentation. So with that, we start with e-governance framework for technical educational institutions session. So first one is, so far the definitions that have been covered has given this view of e-governance, that is, it can be defined as the civil and political conduct of the government, including service provisioning using information and communication technology. Or in other way, we can say the use of ICT and particularly the internet as a tool to achieve better government, or the use of information and communication technologies in all spheres of the delivery of services by the government to the people. But this is the one perspective of e-governance, because sometimes we take it as, since the word governance is there, so e-governance means only e-government, means delivery of services by the government to the citizens, or say government in the form of government to individual citizens, maybe in the form of online income tax return filing services, e-filing services, or maybe by the directorate technical education to the state polytechnics in the form of, for example, portals, or maybe by AICT to all the institutions. For example, AQIS scheme was there until 10th or 12th of January. You have to submit the proposals. Pan India, all the institutions were submitting proposals through that portal on the AICT. But it is not limited to that only. So when we consider for one perspective, say if I'm working as at a senior position, or I'm working with NIC, or if I am working in a central government department, for me that definition of e-governance will be, I will define e-governance in that perspective. But for example, if I am employed in a private organization, maybe IBM or maybe Lovely Professional University or maybe any other university, then for me the definition of e-governance will be from that perspective. It will be delivery of services by the organization to its intended internal and external stakeholders using ICT and other medias. So we have to take into consideration that also. So if anybody works in the domain of research in the area of e-governance, so he may work on the single dimension, or he may work taking all the dimensions into account. So from that perspective, the continuous optimization of service delivery, constituency participation, and governance by transforming internal and external relationships through technology, the internet, and new media. Nowadays, people are using social media also. Yesterday, I was seeing ABP News was sharing live on Facebook all their office structure. So the people were commenting, पहले वाला logo अच्छा था, color combination अच्छा था, अब ऐसा है वैसा है. But why they are doing it? They are using the new media. I would term it to be as social media from a new perspective for creating, branding their channel. So e-governance is the transformation of governance with the help of information and communication technologies. E-governance, however, is a technology-intensive activity requiring a high degree of specialized skills, including both domain knowledge and technical skills. So if any institution wish to go for e-governance, there are two perspectives they can go for it. One is they do all the activities in-house. But if you do all the activities in-house, it means you need to have all those kind of people ready in your department, concerned department, that possess that skills to develop a effective e-governance initiative in your institution. Or second mode be, maybe you outsource it to a certain institution who is already doing it. Or third is you outsource it, or you hire consultants, make your team mingle with those consultants, and then develop a solution. That's it. For example, NITO Chandigarh, these people are doing consultancy. For Amrinder or computer science department developed the Android-based application for having STC participants apply online through their mobile phone. So we got a project from another CEC, Center for CCE or CEC, something center is there, continuing education or reforms is there, some center is there, government department is there in Delhi, that they outsource their work to us. It is a government to government outsourcing, that you develop applications Android based for us. For example, when doing some certain social activities, I found a person who is doing Android based application development for the foreign clients. So there may be a chance, if I wish to develop my system, some system, then I may partner with him, paying him some honorarium or maybe returns in other forms, we can partner. So it will be the type of having consultation. Third, maybe I have all the departments inside. I have a very strong computer science department, say, I have strong management senior level professionals who have experience of analyzing the systems well. So we can have a team, different teams in our department, so we can do it ourselves also. So it will depend upon the organization to organization, at which kind of organization you are into and what are the competencies of that organization, and accordingly you have to go for designing a e-governance service in your initiative in your institution. So what should framework be about? A plan for development of e-governance, specifying among other things the vision, what is expected long-term vision of that e-governance project, then goals, what are the say you split it into the goals like mission, your paths, your achieving milestones, then concrete initiatives to achieve each goal. You have to have designed certain actions are to be taken, then priorities, which thing is to be done first, which initiative may be integrated later on, then challenges, what may be the difficulties, and what will be the enabling policies for the e-governance agenda as a whole. You may have a very well planned system in place, but if you do not have a right policy to use it, then whole of the project fails. Let us consider an example of biometric attendance system. How many of us are satisfied with it? Yes. Why? What are the benefits to you? Accountability, one, in that sense.
No excuses.
No excuses. Only accountability is there. Okay. What if? Okay, I will put it in other words. What is the benefit to the teacher of that biometric attendance? Nature change हो गया. Okay. Anybody else from any nodal center? I come to Government Polytechnic Jalna. Biometric attendance system, if we consider, what do you feel the intention should be or can be about biometric attendance system, and what change you have observed? Sure.
Sir, it is useful to us. We can maintain the attendance and all records related to staff, students, using biometric system, and with the authentication and access to the biometric, it is again useful to access the different vehicles and different resources.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sir has highlighted the things very well. That in biometric attendance system, all the student staff attendance is online now. The system has become more efficient. So that is this. So that is the outcome of that initiative. So what I would like to say, if we see conceptually, thank you. Okay, if we go into a small depth analysis of it. So when I was working with the DAV Institute of Engineering Technology, Jalandhar, so I got a one person as a colleague in one of the departments. So he said, he shared with me, he worked in Dubai. So there was an interaction going on. So he says, in Indian system, if a person is late by say half an hour or 1 hour, the immediate boss scolds him like anything. But what is the irony of our system is that 9 to 5 earlier, now it is changing. 9 to 5:30 is your office hours, and 9 to 5:30 you will get the gas cylinder. 9 to 5:30 you have to deposit the bills. Earlier scenario, if we go 10 years back. So he says, what happens over there if I am in Dubai? So if I am 9 to 11 is the timing. For example, if I am late, I have to drop my children at school. So I reach the office by 10 o'clock. So my system will automatically deduct the salary for 2 hours or deduct the leave accordingly. Leave or salary for 2 hours. It will not, my presence will not be considered. It is on me. If I got free at 10 o'clock, should I wish to, whether I wish to join or whether I wish to join at 11 o'clock. But it is expected that at 11 o'clock I join. So what happens? That in our scenario, what happens, we do not circulate the policies to all the stakeholders. We wish to have only one-sided view of a system. So, because if we see what is the basic advantage of biometric attendance systems. For example, say a person is late for a 15 minutes a day. Next day also he is late. Third day he also is late. Fourth day he also is late. There may be two reasons of being late. One is it is his habit, or second, he may have to deal with a certain of his personal problem. It may be having a breakfast if he is coming from outstation, living in an outstation city where it takes breakfast that opens at say 9 o'clock only. Food is ready. 15 minutes he take food. He will reach the organization by 9:20. But what happens? Every day he is late, but he is late because of this. Maybe he may be late because of this context. That's it. But what happens? Professor and head each time says he is every time late, and he gets angry, and he scolds that person, thrashes that person. But what will happen? The relationship of that junior and senior will start suffering. When he junior may take it negatively. When the senior assigns any task, he may say मैं नहीं करूँगा, mental है क्या नहीं. That's it. So what happens over there? To basic concept behind biometric advantage of biometric attendance system is that to improve that relationship. For example, if you are late, boss need not ask and you need not share. It's automatically in the system. Policy is to be there. For example, if 2 hours, for example, we have in NITTT at Chandigarh 2 hours. You have for a short leave in a month. So it is on you. Up to 2 hours, nobody will ask you. You may be 15 minutes late each day for 8 days, 16 days, 15 minutes, 2 hours chunk, 4 chunks in an hour, 8 chunks in a 2 hour. You may be half an hour late by 4 chunks, 1 hour late by 2 chunks, or 2 hours on a single day. But after 2 hours, if you from 2 to certain next hours, if you put with information intimation to your professor and head extra time in the evening, 3 times of the amount of time for which you are late. For example, if you are late by 15 minutes, 45 minutes you put in, so it is considered that you have covered. But to certain hours, if you are beyond those hours again late, then your half day casual leave will be deducted. 4th level, if you are beyond those hours late, 400 something hours, then your 1 full day casual leave will be deducted. Then if you are late beyond all those things, then it is to be disciplinary action may be taken against you. So what happens? Normally these policies are not distributed, not sometimes not framed, sometimes framed, not shared with the stakeholders, each faculty members or each concerned polytechnics. Or if it must have come to the polytechnics, it doesn't goes on to the faculty members. So what happens? Again, a scope of corruption is there in the form. The people who are residing in, they may come and mark the attendance and they may go out. What is the check on that? They may mark the attendance and then may go out of the institution. So if you do not convey, you do not have a policy in frame, or if the policy is there but not conveyed to all the stakeholders, it means again that system will not perform up to its expectation. It fails over there. So that's why what happens over there, when we see a certain country performing well in certain e-governance initiative, we immediately try to copy and replicate that model in the Indian scenario or in our scenario, respective scenario. But that is not the right solution for moving towards e-governance. Because, for example, there are different models of e-governance. One is you, for example, if I have to go for a ticketing, making reservation of my ticket through railway station. So one thing is that I stand on the window and clerk is assisting me. That is the first model. He will search through his network, that is internet connected. He will search the server, which seat from Jalandhar to Bhubaneswar you wish to go, which trains are available, you are getting in sleeper class, you are getting for this date. He helps us with the option, but in a limited span of time. He doesn't do all the things for us because he can't do. He's limited, but he helps us. That is the first model. People standing in a queue and the person in the clerical window helping you to book a ticket. Another thing, his salary is driven out of that. When you book a ticket, certain charges there out of which those salaries are driven. Second model, kiosk based, means just they made in railway stations. You go, you can search, putting your PNR number, you just can search your reservation status. So what happens? What that initiative is, for example, one person is knowledgeable, he is doing it, another person will come, brother मेरी टिकट भी देख लो, तो वो देखेगा, मे बी वो फिर खुद ट्राई करेगा अकेले में, जब उससे कहेगा मेरे को भी सिखा दो. Then third level of e-governance implementation comes. Third level is apex level, कि आप एक मशीन ऐसी लगा देंगे स्टेशन पे कि आपका पर्सन वहां पे टिकट खुद बुक कर पाए. Open kiosks. For example, boarding passes in airports. Now you can go and you can print your boarding passes on your own. You need not go to that assistance window and get their help to get a boarding pass. So that is the right way now we are going forward. So I would like to highlight here. Okay, strategic planning process, major steps. It includes assessing the e-governance readiness. E-governance readiness means from it may be from different angles, from the point of view of acceptance, whether it will be accepted by the stakeholders if we come out with this kind of initiative. It may be in terms of the kind of people we have. अगर हम घर पे खुद implement करना चाह रहे हैं तो क्या मेरे पास वो skill set वाले persons हैं, क्या मेरे उसके लिए जो मेरे को कंपोनेंट्स चाहिए, आईसीटी पेरिफेरल्स चाहिए, वो मेरे पास अवेलेबल है, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी है, मिस वायबिलिटी, फिजिबिलिटी, ऐसे. सो देयर कैन बी डिफरेंट वेज. इट कैन बी थ्रू योर ऑडिट्स, your technology audits. It may be through surveys, perception surveys, or it may be some awareness program or session conducted first, then a feedback taken. Before we can take an employee survey before implementing a biometric attendance system. Then after explaining what will be the benefits to the system, how it will improve the performance, then we take a survey. But it is not done. That is the why it is a push factor only. कि push factor में आप एक system ले आओ and 4-5 साल तक वो system struggle करता रहता है अपने true potential में आने के लिए. That's it. Elaborating the vision and expected contribution. That's it. Formulate strategic goals, as we have discussed. Determine required interventions and setting objectives. That's it. So here I would like to share one of the adoption models. So when we talk of technology adoption, so there are different models. Different researchers have worked on these adoption models. So these have been used by different researchers span world in different contexts. Maybe in adoption of a X-ray machine. It may be in adoption of a e-filing return service. It may be to study the adoption of a biometric attendance system. Any technology adoption. So what happens is there when we talk of adoption. Adoption can be considered at two levels. One is firm level adoption or organization level adoption. Second is your individual adoption of technology. Firm level, organization level adoption. Second is individual level adoption. Firm level means if I am representing an organization, maybe a chief executive officer, or maybe a president, general secretary, or maybe a management, whether if new technology, somebody proposes me a technology, whether I am willing to adopt it or not, or what will be my decision. That will be a firm level adoption. Individual adoption may be firm has decided that we are going ahead with that technology, but whether the individual will adopt that or not. Or it may be direct technology implementation to the citizen. For example, e-filing service. One in certain organization, people say in government system, your income tax return filing will be done by your clerks only. So you do not have hands-on experience. But in another system, it may be you do it yourself. Every citizen who may not be into government service but running his own enterprise, he takes the services of a CA, or he may do this on his own. That is an individual level adoption, whether he is going to adopt it or not. So when we talk of firm level adoption, there are several theories that can be used to study. One, I am sharing only one over here. There are 13 more than 10, 12 theories. Innovation diffusion theory. For example, it is one of the theories that can be used to study the firm level adoption. Second is, in case of individual level adoption, one of the very sound model, well-established model is technology acceptance model, TAM. So what happens over there? Oh, it is reverse. It is going straight to them. Okay. technology acceptance model, TAM. So I am going to discuss over here the TAM, individual level adoption model, since it is more important from our perspective, individual level perspective. So TAM says that there are different factors PU, PEOU. It is proposed by Davis in 1985 or 86, then taken forward by Venkatesh, his research scholar, in the subsequent years. Then attitude, then behavioral intention to use a particular technology, TAM says that perceived ease of PEO uses is perceived ease of use, PU is perceived usefulness, attitude is another factor, attitude towards a particular technology, attitude of a person towards a attitude of a person towards a particular technology. Then behavioral intention to use, BIU, is it is a closest approximation of whether a person will actually adopt or not. So PEOU says, perceived ease of use says, if you give a new technology to a person, what will be his point of view towards his easiness towards using that technology. For example, simplest example, we give a person of say 12 years a bike and a cycle. So his ease of use will be with cycle, but if we have placed bike for the first time, he may not find it easy to use. Another perspective is perceived usefulness, how much useful he or she consider it to be for its routine duties. For example, if he has to go to school, he may have in his own mind two parameters going on. One is ease of use is with cycle, but he feels like if I go on bike, it will be more useful, it will save me time. So I can spare 15 minutes and I can go for playing something or running or jogging or something other activity in the morning. So that is perceived usefulness. Perceived ease of use directly influences usefulness also, and attitude is influenced by ease of use directly also and perceived usefulness also. If I feel a particular technology is easy to use also and useful also for me, both things are there, then there are stronger chances that my attitude will be positive towards adoption of that technology. That's it. But still, there may be a chance, behavioral intention to use, say, based on that attitude, positive or negative feeling in my side, I will decide agar given a chance to use both the technologies, whether I will actually use it or not. For example, I have a positive feeling I should use bike. Attitude means behavioral intention to use is अब दोनों दे दिया मेरे को. अमरदेव, you can drive both. Then अब मेरा behavioral intention क्या कहता है कि मैं उठा के ले जाऊं bike. But actual behavior may be another factor next to behavioral intention to use. You may have a very strong behavioral intention to use, but still you may not actually adopt that technology due to certain other external factors. One factor is, for example, regulation. I have a strong behavioral intention to use, I wish to go on bike, but regulation says you can't have at the age of 12, you can't have a driving license. You are not authorized to use vehicle on road. For example, if I consider nuclear technology, so a person may be having a ease of use, scientist, he may be having a usefulness, he may be having an attitude, behavioral intention to use, but it may be actually put to use or not, depending upon those factors. So it is being observed. This is I am talking of the model in developing to developed countries. In underdeveloped country, when a country is shifting from a underdeveloped to developing portion, where we were 10 years back, so they say that there was a proposition that ease of use is again influenced by two factors. One is computer anxiety, and another is self-efficacy in context of ICT technology. Means, for example, I am working. My father is say, or I am working as a clerk. So I am put before this laptop, and I have been given by my organization that now we are going to file all the income tax return online. You have to deduct TDS, and for all the employees you will do it. So how do I feel? First, self-efficacy. Do I feel? First is computer anxiety. तो मेरे को उसको मेरे हेड ने ऑर्डर दिया तो मेरे को पसीना छूटा शुरू हो कि हाउ आई विल डू इट. मन में क्वेश्चन है, दोस्तों से बात कर रहा हूँ, यार ऐसा हो गया वैसा हो गया. सेल्फ एफिकेसी मींस मैं खुद को सोच रहा हूँ कि मैं कर सकता हूँ, कि दोस्त को बैठा के हाउ मच क्या मेरे को इंडिविजुअली दिया जाए, कैन आई डू इट इंडिविजुअली, और डू आई सी इफ समबडी इज सिटिंग बिसाइड मी टू गाइड मी, आई कैन डू, maybe officially or maybe personally, okay. Those two factors decide perceived ease of use. So when a country is in underdeveloped phase, so these factors also are to be taken into consideration. When you have moved to a developing country, you are into a developing mode or organization, then you may focus into ease of use, usefulness, attitude, and behavioral intention. But once you pass through, for example, in an organization, in an educational institution, you have passed through this phase. Next phase, next factor comes into adoption of particular technology is theory of planned behavior. Theory of planned behavior that says that this attitude or behavioral intention to use is influenced by two more factors, that is perceived behavioral control and subjective norm. Perceived behavioral control and subjective norm. Perceived behavioral control means towards adoption of technology, that technology, who controls my behavior. Subjective norm means when I adopt that technology, what society will think about me, or people around me think about me. For example, I share an example. When I was doing my office work, what I found it to be, if we are connecting 10 nodal centers in an ICT based program, bills come. So 10 nodal centers, 20 to 30 page documents, including all bills, when we used to reimburse everything. So I used to do photocopy. One for account settlement purposes, another for my record purposes. So 10 centers, 20 documents, 200 for one program. Suppose I conduct 4 programs in a year, ICT mode, 800 papers. That are waste only. 800 for my record, 800 for accounts is separate thing. Certificate issuance is separate thing. You are wasting ink in printing. We are wasting paper. What I did, I thought, why not I have a mobile through which I can store all these things electronically for my record purpose. So what I did, I reserved a price of 12,000. I should not go beyond 12,000. But what a mobile is available that satisfies the official use is ASUS model. That model comes that you can configure like Dell. You configure laptop, you can configure the configuration of your mobile also. But ASUS that costed, जो मैंने cost calculation किया तो वो मेरा 22,000 में बन रहा था. If I buy that mobile, configuring the configuration I need for official performance with a 6-inch screen, so 6 or 7-inch screen, so it cost me around 22,000, but it serves my purpose because tab is not usable. It doesn't come into a pocket. Mobile is, its screen is shorter. It puts strains on the eye. But actually, that is required for official performance. That mobile is not in the market because we have to sell tabs also, and we have to sell mobiles also. So what happens? Certain companies are doing it, like OEMs, original equipment manufacturing companies, or neither. So what happened? But I thought that I will not spend 22. I should have a mobile for 13,000 only. So I got a K4 Note, the Lenovo K4 Note for 12,000 rupees. With that, promotional offer was last January was you will get a one virtual reality glasses. VR glasses. Now it is available in the market. Certain participants shared, even their 5th class children studying in 5th class is asking, Mama, मेरे को वो लेके आके दो VR का. But what happens? What business will be affected the most, benefited the most? One is eye specialist. When they are on the glasses only, 3D movie, you can wear those glasses. On mobile, you play a video movie, and in 3D format, like a theater-like experience you have. That's it. Another thing, there may be from a socialist perspective, I am thinking. Another perspective is that we are busy in our offices. When you go back home, your children will say, Papa, Mama, you do not have time for us. Now we do not have time for us. Now we have to watch our serial or our movie. So isolation. But another thing to it, if I see to positive side of technology, that VR glasses can be or that stand for placing the mobile that they have designed. It may not be a VR, maybe a simple one, for which it can be useful. For which segment of society it can be more useful? Can you share? If I have to brand position that product, for which strata? When I narrow it down, it can be most suitable for travelers, frequent travelers. For example, marketing professionals, training and placement of professionals, who has to be continuous on visits, travel, and they do not find the time to update themselves regarding some product literature, regarding latest things. And maybe for teachers, we as a teachers are moving from our hometowns to another places, maybe 160 kilometers, 3.5 hours in a bus. And when we go to office, we are unable to teach well in the class because we do not have that updated our content. And we are into two divisions of mind. We should take care of family also, and we should have that. Then we can have a solution. Why don't you wear that glass and you have an educational video, EDX course, or your video in that class, and you sitting in a local bus or AC bus, then you are watching that video. You are updating yourself. Certain experiments, observation based, I have done it with it, but I would like to put it into the form of a paper, but it got the time. Okay, what I say over here, when you, it can be used as a for that strata. So what happens over here? Whether the people will adopt that technology or not will depend upon those factors, perceived, behavioral, control, and subjective now. कि एक यूपी की लोकल बस में एक पर्सन बैठा हो जो वीआर के ग्लासेस पहना हो और उसमें वीडियो देख रहा होगा, तो मेरा माइंड क्या सोच रहा है कि आसपास के लोग क्या सोचेंगे मेरे बारे में? ही इज अ मैड, ही इज अ इनसेन. और क्या उनकी इस थिंकिंग से मेरे बिहेवियर पे इंपैक्ट आ रहा है कि अगली बार से मैं शर्म से उसको पहनना बंद कर दिया? वन थिंग इज दैट. अनदर सब्जेक्टिव नाम, whether society accept it or not. Subjective norm is that society or what people will think of me. Perceived behavioral control, who controls my behavior? मीन्स अगर मैं उस टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट करूं घर में, तो मैं किसका डिसीजन मानता हूं ज्यादा? पेरेंट्स का, फैमिली, कोलीग्स, फ्रेंड्स, ऑफिस इन्वायरमेंट. सो दैट आल्सो प्लेज अ रोल कि अगर मैं उसको यूज करना चाहता हूं, बट मैं पेरेंट्स का कहना मानता हूं, माय पेरेंट्स से यू डू नॉट हैव टू यूज दिस टेक्नोलॉजी, इट इज नॉट गुड. So do I stop using it based on their decision? There is two factors play a role. But once you enter into advanced level, you will not mind using that. You will not mind people sitting waiting for somebody and having a VR glass and using watching an educational video on that device stand. So that is just one perspective to it. So in case of these theories can be used in case of studying the e-governance adoption also. And standardized questionnaires are available if you review the literature. And if you wish to go for designing an e-governance initiative in your college, institution, individual, or at a bigger level, you can involve or have surveys based on these studies. And they will provide you a good startup or good layout for having a fruitful e-governance initiative in your organization. Okay. How is it helpful? A fully web-based student facilitation framework two means if directorate is designing it for the colleges or by the university, if university is designing it for their affiliated colleges or stakeholders, it has two benefits: to meet the growing aspirations of the students at low cost, with high quality, with high speed, with widest accessibility, with mass personalization. Second, can seamlessly integrate with other frameworks like college directorate departments so as to offer easy electronic exchange of data and information among them in the form of digital objects. So examples are there: centralized admission tests are being conducted, online exams are being conducted, result preparation, declaration, transmission is there, online admissions are there, award and scholarships are there, networked libraries are there. Okay, now this is from a point of view of a NIC person, scientist from a NIC who delivered our session during one of the sessions. I acknowledge his contribution. They see e-governance project requirement from a vertical prototype approach. They say you just build a simple domain model, have 2 or 3 functional subdomains under it, one or more cross-sectional aspects that are linking the both, then build an integration mechanism, select service point functions and composition of service points. So we will discuss it. The technology requirements, they have specified it to be UML for the domain model, Java for development, technology suggestion, Eclipse or plugins. If you wish to go for an in-house development. What I am saying over here is an example. What are the kind of thing e-governance application project components it may have? First one is application. They have taken an example to be emergency tracking and maintenance portal. So in your case, it can be online submission of fees by the students. So it can be online monitoring of the assignments, submission of assignments by the students, or it may be evaluation, online evaluation and declaration of result. The domain, it is e-governance. It may have other domain also, accounts, e-governance and accounts, subdomains, e-governance accounts, and a cross section of e-governance, your accounts with e-governance and with other departments. For example, a list of students may be needed at 3 levels. One, a class teacher needs that list of students for marking the attendance. Another, a training and placement officer department may need a list of students for getting how many students have been placed, how many are willing. And at the same time, accounts people may require that list of students for maintaining for which student we have received the fees, for which it is pending, for which fine to be levied. That's it. So what happens in isolation? If you are working in isolation, one list will be prepared by at one level, teacher. Then another list will be prepared by training placement. Another list is prepared by accounts, and they are maintained separately in isolation. कि ये मैंने उसको नहीं देनी. अगर एक स्टूडेंट का नाम कट गया, क्लास में से छोड़ के चला गया, फीस भर रहा है, बट एग्जाम पंजाब पुलिस में कहीं पे हो गया है, तो एकेडमिक सेल को पता ही नहीं होता है. Sometimes it happens, and placement वाले को नहीं पता होता कि ये बच्चा ऑलरेडी प्लेस है, इसे हमने प्लेसमेंट नहीं देनी. So in all these systems, integration is very important. Do you have a committee? I mean, discussing one aspect, because it is not a whiteboard class. Otherwise, I would have highlighted all the things, how you have to go for planning. So in one aspect, one data, I would take it as a data, student data, is relevant for 4 or 5 different departments or activities, maybe several activities in under 4 or 5 departments. Do you have some kind of policy that a committee is there, that this data is formed at one central level, and through that it is passed on to all? If any change is there, it is done at that level, physical in a meeting, then done in the form of a Excel and shared with all the stakeholders through intranet or simple Google form. So it will save your efficiency, energy, and remove the confusion. So you here motives. What are the motives for this project that they have proposed? Useful product in an emerging domain, that is emergency tracking in case of disaster. Feasibility prototype. You have to come out with a prototype. Then identification of service integration issues. How to integrate those things with the system. Then objective. What is the objective of that project? They have emphasized it to be to build a single window services portal for emergency tracking and management. एक पोर्टल पे जाएं, वहां से सारी चीजें इनको मिल जाए. For example, student स्टूडेंट रिलेटेड जितने काम है, अलुमनाई मीट को रजिस्टर करना है, फीस सबमिशन करना है, अपना रिजल्ट डिक्लेरेशन, वो आपका एक ही पोर्टल पे जाएं आपके स्टूडेंट, तो वहीं से उनको मिल जाए. फीचर्स, it will have a service portal. Another feature will be, it will be single window for a set of services. Maybe you may have another portal for another set of services. Composition of service elements into a service. What actually operations the student can perform using those services. Then application domain description. Let's say emergencies, for example, they have taken it to be what will be the application of where this portal is may be useful. First one, they have taken it to be natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, then epidemics like cholera. That's it. Accidents, railway flight crashes, social volatility, terrorist attack, or communal violence. Means these kind of things they wish to embed in their project. It should be able to provide information on these, status on these domains across these utility domains. Okay, primary services, tracking and management of emergencies. First one is tracking. In case of your speed post, what we do, we track. For example, government women polytechnics in 2 years back, they sent me a document, and it was felt like it has been sent into sector 19. So they gave me a tracking number. I went to the post office. I was able to identify in which post office it is lying, and physically I was able to collect it. Tracking and management. Let's say services users, citizens, businesses, and non-profits, government agencies. Or in case of your educational institutions, it will be teachers, students, and your corporates who are hiring prospective employers. It may be parents of the student who wish to get their results for this students, or who wish to control the online deposition of fees of their students. What's okay? Service providers, it may be government agencies, but in case of your institution, it may be private university or institution also. Requirements, they have proposed it to be a 3-layered approach, web-enabled portal. They wish to have a status tracking facility, resource mobilization from different resources. Okay. Then required technologies, they have proposed that we would be using Java-based web tier and backend. Recommended technologies, IBM WebSphere development environment or Eclipse, they have proposed, NIC has proposed for this e-governance project. Let's say. So now this portion is from an attempt from our side to put it into from an educational perspective, what it can be. Pushing information over the internet, it can be administrative orders, journal circulars, your academic calendars, notifications for admissions, two-way communication between the agency and the administration, between the management and the top management. It may be private also. In case of it may be government, it is a directorate. That's it. It may be an instructional delivering system. That's it. कहीं से आपको orders आते हैं. For example, Baba Farid group of institutions, they have designed a e-approval system. For example, if I have to conduct a training program, what I have to do, I have to first frame a tentative time schedule. I have to frame a budget, attach a time schedule with a budget. That budget I have to go to the director office, or I have to send my PN. First it has to be approved by head of department, then head of department, after that director. Then after director approves, then I have to write a letter for a impressed if it is an outstation program. Then it will go to accounts. Accounts again will, if it is beyond 20,000, will again send the document to director. Director will again approve. Then it will come back to accounts. Accounts will put it entries into all the registers. Then it will be signed by accountant, accounts officer. Then it will go to cash window. Then cash window will make a check in my name. Then I as a teacher will go to the bank and cash, get that check in cash. Then I will have that money and will be there in the certain outstation institution to conduct a program. But since it is feasible in NITR Chandigarh because it is a smaller institution, I have to within 20 meters I can go from one department to another. But let us consider a lovely professional university or other institution where the campus is 650 acres. One department is away from the another department 1 kilometer or half a kilometer. Two rounds in a day will make you like. So what happens? Baba Freeze group, what they have come up with the initiative is e-approval system. I put my request, so it is visible to only to first level HOD. HOD, if he approves online, then it is visible to the director. Director approves according to the domain. If it is required, director approval is only needed. It will come printout. I can take from that login. I can take printout. Otherwise, if top management involvement is there, it will be seen to vice chancellor or something else. Simple e-approval system. Reduce paper uses. Reduce the number of people have to get the orders. Improve the efficiency. That's it. Okay, conducting transactions such as online filling of forms, applying for services, applying for financial grants, just as we have explained AICT and proposal and DST, others also, collection of revenue out of fees, etc. ये fee collection वाला तो मैं आपको एक demo दिखाई दूंगा of Thapa University. Governance, online feedback systems, centralized systems of checking and monitoring, staff attendance and student attendance and others. Fund utilization. It can be for your purchasing also. For purchase department, you can have e-governance. Payment of bills, projects, maybe construction or academia, utilization of budget. For example, a wonderful initiative of e-governance, another initiative can be in procurement. When I was preparing a project during my MBA, so what we found it is available, free source are available. What happens if you have to buy a stationery items in our institutions? Normally what happens, in buying a stationery item, we will have a requisition register. Each department will give a requisition. It will go to a central administrative officer. Then he will place the order, or otherwise he will invite the tender. Then opening of tender, passing of orders, then again and again, so forth. But in case of certain things, certain institutions, using a software service, an internet kiosk will be available with you. And thus, you, for example, in EDIC department, it will be visible to Amardev Singh how much it will be. It can be a catalog, pencils, pen, highlighter, sticky notes, gum bottle, quantity you enter. You press verified by head, automatically order goes to supplier. Supplier sees, consolidate it, and supplies to you, and bill is raised. It is a simple initiative. It can be done. Okay. Tools required for e-governance, these may be computer-based tools, that's it, information and communication technology-based tools. For example, for biometric attendance, you will be needing biometric scanners. For maybe, for example, in passport seva, how a verification is done nowadays in passports, when you have a passport meeting, you apply for a passport. After that, passport comes at your home within 1 week. I was surprised. Within 4 days, passport of my wife was there after the interview in our home. And within from date of interview, within 11 days, 7 days this year or 11 days, the inquiry will come. When the person came for inquiry, not only the police official, only 100 rupees or 150 or 200 rupees official fee you have to pay. And there was a one person accompanying that police official, carrying a tab and a software. On real-time basis, he has to click the photograph of the passport applicant who has got the passport with that police official, one at the front of the house of your gate, and all details are to be entered online. And he has to sign also. To remove the corruption, to remove कि वो passport गायब ना हो. How much I was surprised and very much happy that these kind of things are happening. And that official shared with me. He said कि ये इन्होंने मेरे को बांध दिया, नहीं तो मैं आपको बताता. Because during 11 days he didn't came. I was calling them कि आप 11 days में पहुंचो ताकि हमने अपना vacations को प्लान करना है फैमिली के साथ. तो जब हम यहाँ पे चंडीगढ़ आ गया फैमिली को लेके, तब कहते कि आपको वापस आना है जलंधर वेरिफिकेशन के लिए, फिजिकल के लिए. But we could have gone for complaint also, but it was resolved mutually. But it is there. Now it is under our control, under the control of the citizen, the timely delivery of the services. Yes, yes. Then camcorders, multimedia technologies are there. Camcorders, vision mixture, projectors are useful in recording learning material development. Just we are using in our studios. recording different videos for sessions. Okay, this is I have put it as proposed. It may be different according to the different institutions, different states, different organizations requirements. So वो details में कल हम Amarjeet has discussed all the things. So I just what UP has proposed, that Principal Polytechnic Allahabad, what he proposed was a state-wide area network required to be deployed in two components, one horizontal, another vertical. Horizontal component, the government polytechnic in each tier are to be connected to respective point of presences. They say each polytechnic, horizontal means peer to peer. They should be connected to a headquarter, main headquarter, and zonal headquarter. So they have a state. He proposes for vertical component of SMAN. They say that it should be state headquarter connected to the zonal headquarter, which in turn is connected to each polytechnic headquarter. Then each SHQ, state headquarters, zonal and polytechnic headquarters, together its connection is called as, they term it as point of presence, which is a point of bandwidth aggregation for several network links getting connected at this point. And for that, they say that at point of presence we should have a minimum speed of 2 Mbps. Between station headquarter and zonal headquarter, we may have 2 MB. We should have 2 Mbps. But between a zonal headquarter and polytechnic headquarter, it may be lesser also. It will serve the purpose for routine operations. 0.512 Mbps. So SWAN aims to create, ये उनका है कि डायरेक्टरेट्स को लिंक करना है, जोनल ऑफिसेस को लिंक करना है, आपका IRDT बोर्ड ऑफ टेक्निकल एजुकेशन को लिंक करना है, इंफॉर्मेशन फॉर रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट एंड ट्रेनिंग को लिंक करना है. What type of activities they wish to get it covered under it? Data, voice, and video connectivity to more than 175 government polytechnics. Okay, what they expect: efficient information delivery mechanism, optimized performance that we have discussed along with the presentation, reliable vertical and horizontal connectivity within the administration, facilitate the electronic transactions between all polytechnics and allied offices, departments. And for third-party audit, they would like to have for desired quality of service by the network operator and the bandwidth service provider. The state would enter with the network operator and also with the bandwidth service provider within stipulated time. Like we have here in NITO Chandigarh, we have with BSNL. That's it. Okay. SWAN implementation model, they have proposed two ways. It can be two ways. One is public-private partnership. You, as a government, enters into an agreement with IBM or certain other company to offer you that solution. Another is NIC model. They say you route through government system, National Informatics Centers. They will do it for our system. So in the same way, private colleges or universities may go for PPP model or in-house model or consultation model. Okay, envisaged impact, what they say: enhanced quality of diploma engineers compared to other states of India. They wish that we should be better in terms of connectivity or offering these e-governance services than other states of India. But I say we should be equitable. We should have a quality circle implementation. Practices being implemented at one level should be shared with other level. Efficient administration, cost reduction and time saving, consumer empowerment, transparency in functioning, achieving the goals of NME, National Mission on Education, marching at a faster pace on roadmap of India becoming a knowledge superpower by 2020. That's it. Okay, these were the references for this presentation. Along with, I have acknowledged the presentation by Shri K.N. Gupta ji also, who is Principal Government Girls Polytechnic, Allahabad, Department of UP, Technical Education, UP India, on e-governance application in Technical Education Department of UP Government, along with acknowledgement to NIC people, along with acknowledgement to myself also for my examples. And this was about the presentation. Now, here, establishing an effective e-governance system in an educational institution, a generalized work plan would be: you need to have a first top management commitment, whether you wish to go for it or not, then a core committee formulation, then creating the awareness and environment for change, then you have to plan for it, then work for its development and implementation, then followed by maintenance and continuous improvement, followed by integration of the system with the central systems. So now what I will do, I will just share with you the Thapper portal, and what one feedback I will be giving to my university. What problem from user perspective may arise. So that is visible, how a stakeholder may be into a problem and how to solve that problem. Otherwise, that e-governance initiative will not deliver up to its intended outcome. So when we go to the website, Mona, it is being shared. When I go to the website of thapar.edu, they have a web kiosk. This is a web kiosk. So in web kiosk, they have given two displays. One is web kiosk internet, another is web kiosk intranet. If you are within the campus, you go for a internet, and if you are outside the campus, you go for a within the campus you go for an internet, and outside the campus you go for an internet. But when you are within the campus, you have certain more rights. When you are outside the campus, you have a rights are reserved. So it is they have in kiosk authentication screen. What they have kept it to be, login to be member type, whether you are a parent student. Outside, I am outside the campus, so member parent or student is visible to us. Enrollment number, password. From when I am in internet mode, when I am accessing the website outside the campus, they will not allow me to change the password. It will be what is reserved. Now is opening. It must be this server is slow, huh? It is opening up. So it we are into it. So it says, welcome Amardev, message alert, last refresh date time 19 January 11/7:41 AM. So we have different, for example, you can pay fee by the following means: online payment through Paytm, pay your all academic hostel fees online with no extra charges at Paytm. That's it. Use your ATM debit card, credit cards, Hana. Pay the full fee amount on Paytm using net banking, given all the details, steps. You have to visit Paytm, select Thapar, select campus location, whether it is at Patiala or Derabasi, select academic fees, whether it is academic or hostel, enter your enrollment number and click on proceed, verify your details and enter the total amount. Click on the proceed to pay via net banking, debit card, credit card at no extra charges. Use promo code Hana Thapar 50 to get a ₹50 cashback in your Paytm wallet for minimum transaction of ₹20,000 or more. Online payment through PayU other mode. Available in fee details, pay fee online. Available modes are credit card. For example, it is available in this kiosk only. I will show you. So available modes are credit card, debit card, net banking. There will be no extra charge. There will be extra charge for paying free online. You can check the payment charges on pay fee online page under click to view online transaction charge detail link. Complete the transaction. Account section would automatically verify and approve your fee deposits details. You should be able to see your fee receipt link under the fee details after 7 working days. That's it. So all the methodologies, they have listed it over here. So what happened over here is, if I have to see my personal information, so it is personal information is there. Personal information, Amardev Singh, enrollment number 191013009, father's name, program name, and other things I can edit and add. Always. That's it. Then SRS, what they do for the feedback of the teachers. But SRS, they have embedded that portal over here. SRS will go through this kiosk, but no, I can't fill the SRS from outside, because they have realized that one student may fill it for all. So they have fixed at the end of the semester certain slots, certain days reserved for getting the feedback. They will take you to a classroom, and based on each student have to fill the SRS in front of a person who is on duty in invigilation. So one student fills it's his or her SRS for each teacher of his management who taught him subject. Then he comes out. That is considered. Fee, pay slip for the bank. If you wish to pay for outstation, registration fee information. For example, how much fee I have paid. So all detail is there. For example, I have paid for rupees 3,500 for admission, 1,700 for different components are there. So all the detail is there. They have received my fee so far. This is from 5th to 11th semester, 1,44,500. My parents I can view. That's it. Then fee pay confirmation. You can have a confirmation also, whether it has been transferred online or not. Then fee receipt. For example, I wish to see my fee receipt for this fee pay. This is 30th semester, 30th, let us consider. So it is tuition fee, rupees 17,000, development fee, rupees 3,500. So if I click over here, it will generate a receipt over here. That name Amardev Singh, roll number, Doctor of Philosophy, bank account number, receipt number. This is receipt number, date of issue, fee paid, 21 July, receipt generation, 21 July 2016, issued, tied, received with thanks a sum of rupees so and so from Amardev Singh, son of so and so, white DD number, dated, drawn on, it is there. No check DD subject to realization. Okay, what they mean to say earlier, what was the procedure? First, I have to go to the Thapa University, take a leave from where I am working, go to the university. From their university, I have to be in a queue, because they have reserved for BTech, MTech, and that. In a queue, then I have to, after paying the fee, I have to show the fee slip to my department. Then I have to fill the registration subjects for which I wish to register for this semester. Then I got with this fee receipt and register. First, I have to take the we have to submit the fee, get a copy of the university copy of the challan. Then taking university copy, you have to go to the finance department, submit that challan that I have deposited the fees. Then they will submit you this receipt, give you this receipt. Taking this receipt, I have to go to my Thapa School of Management. That I have paid the fee. This is a receipt. Now, then they will register me for the subjects. Then those subjects registered has to be signed by me, by my teachers, head of the department. Then it has to go to Dean Academics. After that, it will be approved that you are eligible to appear for the final examination for this subject. So it used to take a week's time to complete all the activities, but it was well than other university in comparison to other university. Otherwise, it must be a 1 month procedure and multiple visits. But now what they have done, you need not go anywhere. Once you choose the subjects, you can choose subject registered over here. For which subjects you are registered, you can make your choice over here on this portal only. Sitting anywhere, you can submit the fees using online. You will have a receipt. But there is a small catch in that. Small thing that they have not been able to cover, that should go as a feedback from my side. For example, my fee for current semester was due to 6th January. 6th January to 20th January, they have given a window that from 6th January to 20th January, you can pay a late fee of 1,000 rupees and you can register on your own. But after 1,000 rupees, when you have paid those 1,000 rupees if you do not pay fee during the 6th to 20th January, after that you have to come in physical and take approval from Dean Research. If he approves for acceptance of your fee with late fee, then you will be able to deposit. You will be considered registered for that semester. But what happened? I passed 6th January because of my financial calculations. It was not there. Now, when I choose to submit my fee online, so I was popped up to pay the fee of 20,500 only. There was no option available through which I can debit my 1,000 also in this account. It should be 21,500, but it is showing me that I can deposit only 20,500. But if I use IDBI separate mechanism from them, another bank, whatever mechanism they have, one private bank more, so it will show two accounts, one that, one State Bank of India. So either it is my ignorance that I have to ask them on telephone if I deposit that 1,000 rupee using Paytm or other means, not State Bank, because State Bank you do not have direct NEFT or RTGS enabled. So if I pay in another for which you have enabled RTGS or NEFT, so would it will automatically count towards my this fee? And how would you know whether it is a late fee or some other part? कि 1,000 rupees तो नहीं जमा करवाया. But what technical solution I have designed, maybe because of this ignorance, that I will go to a State Bank Patiala branch over here in physical and deposit 1,000 rupee with the subject line that late fee. So it will go into the same account of State Bank also and university also. And after that, when I have to see my registration fee information, so it will display over here. It was there, semester wise was there. 1,000 was there as advance fee somewhere. Online fee paid doesn't exist. Okay, and this will show after it is cleared. Okay, fee pay online. It was somewhere over there. It was there. Their table used to come. I'm not going to take more time on it. Table used to come. During that table, it will display you what is your routine fee and late fee. They will take it as advance fee. It will be indicator that for 7th semester, seeing that it was late and it was charged for that. That's it. So this is how one of the portal of one of the university, how they are using it. Now immediately we come to the certain documents. So first we come to the document of activities. First document is relevant page number is 20. So here it is there in this document, e-governance competency framework. So it says that the capacity building scheme was approved by the Government of India on 10th January 2008 to bridge capacity gaps in the state governments for implementation of e-governance projects. State e-governance mission teams, SEMTs, have been set up to provide professional support to the states in program management and monitoring of national e-governance plan. So objective of e-governance competency framework: strengthen the capacity building or by identifying and defining competencies required for different roles under e-governance projects. So they have come up with different roles and skills. That's it. They have a wonderful chart over there. And then e-governance competency framework is being published in an implementation toolkit that provides easy to follow steps about how to structure an e-governance team and how to conduct fact-based training need analysis of your competency benchmarking. So that's it. So I'm not going to read all. E-governance competency framework, they have identified 19 provisional e-governance job roles. There are 19 job roles if you that should be there to implement any e-governance project successfully, which are classified into 3 broad categories: administrative, managerial, and technical roles. 13 roles are administrative, 13 are managerial, 13 are technical. So Department of Training has helped the concerned ministry to develop these competencies, administrative rules. So we will come immediately. So we come to the page number 48. So from page number 48, you will have all the attached offices and autonomous organizations attached to the NEGP for successful implementation of e-governance in the country. And these are the organizations from which you can sought help. If you have these organizations in your area, you can involve those persons as members for providing you inputs. That's it. So one is NIC, National Informatics Centers. Initiatives they have launched. Then you have EDSoft, not ED, CDEC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing. And you have NIC, National Informatics Center Services Incorporation is also there for assisting in you in designing services. NILIT is there. We are already involving the NILIT people over here, National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology. Then Media Asia Labs, private organizations are there. And NIXI, National Internet Exchange of India is another body. And STQC, directorates are there under the control of Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Standardized Testing and Quality Certification Directorate. CARNET, India is there. Software Technology Parks of India are also there. So you can have all the organizations associated with it through this document. So it is only a hand holding. For example, how you can tie up, for example, if you are planning it for your college, so what you can do, you can have a meeting, stakeholder workshop, just as we conduct workshop for designing our operation plan. So conduct a workshop, invite 3 or 4 people from over there, have an agenda based on that I have shared you in PPT कि हम ऐसा सा प्रोजेक्ट करना चाह रहे हैं, ये सर्विस लेवल हम ऐसा चाह रहे हैं, आप हमें गाइड करें how in step wise manner we should proceed. So automatically they will start guiding. For example, I talked to the another person, I requested joint director Manish ji that can you provide me some expert in business process re-engineering. So he talked to his colleague in Delhi. So in the morning, he reverted me that our director has agreed, but you just drop an email on her ID for deputing me. So I did it. So tomorrow he will be with us morning 9:30. So this is a two-way, and some personal relationship is also there, and that will develop 1 or twice. The people you interact with, the people they will be ready to help you. That's it. Okay, Digital India. So here the relevant page is 56. So here, so what happens in this document? They have on page number relevant page number 56. What e-governance in India is at present, when what it is expected, what government is expecting it to be in the next. So we would not going into detail of it because it will take another 2 sessions on it. So I will mail you all these documents, and I have to mail my previous documents also to certain for the previous program to certain centers. So that is pending on my part because there was not complete course material sent by experts to me. That's why I didn't send it, but I will definitely send that also and this also. So mission mode projects they have named PPT is available, Mona. Okay. So they in this document 56 onwards they have all mission mode projects also they have listed. So you can have examples also from them. Projects are there. Then in document 3, the relevant page number is your page number 27. So here there is an introduction to National E-Governance Division and backgrounder of E-Governance Competency Framework. what the skills and competent domain roles we were, job roles, 19 job roles we were talking about. So what they have done is they have converted e-governance competency framework development methodology. How they have developed it: first they said that we had a face-to-face consultation with a wide range of stakeholders. Then we have leveraged international best practices, standards and methods and frameworks. Then we had a focused consultations by leveraging training and chief information officer leadership meets and steps, science and technology entrepreneurs path. Then we have an online jam, which survey to get inputs from a large cross section of stakeholders. Then we have validated through this mechanism. They have validated each role. So they have given a e-governance competency framework development methodology also, how they have done it, and it is a very robust one. If you go through it, it is a robust one. You need not refer any other document. You just need to adapt it according to your environment. They have categories of statement issues people are facing in context of online initiatives. So training needs, analysis and assessment. They say 78% of the respondents feel that we need training, need analysis and assessments. That's it. Team structure, roles and responsibilities, core versus non-core, strategic control. 68% people it is required. Critical competency gap, 43%. What is expected of me? I am unable to perform. That is 43%. End user readiness to use computer, basic office tools and applications, it is 33%. Given the scenario, I am not ready to use. So they have done it. SEMT training. So all factors are listed over here. And one thing, this chart. What they have done is they have mapped each e-governance job role with the e-governance life cycle. So in life cycle, there are different phases, starting with e-governance strategy development, then current state of, okay, sure. I use over here. It is visible to them, PPT. Okay. It is there. Okay. First one is e-governance strategy development. Then second phase is current state assessment. Then future state definition. That's it. And future state definition, from where you will get that document. Another document I have shared. How India is planning. India now, India next. What your organization now, what your organization next. Implementation approach and sourcing. Then develop and implement system. Then operate and sustain. So it says leader role. Leader role will start these different bars. Show leader role will start from e-governance strategy development and it will last till operate and sustain. Then chief information officer program manager role will management role will start from starting to end. Chief technology officer role will start from starting till end. But project management role, it will start with current state assessment and it will go to somewhat between operations till operations. It will be into current state assessment, future implementation, development and assessment. Last, your operation also. Information security management role will start with future state assessment to implementation and sourcing, developing and implementation, then operate and sustain. And information security role will be till sustenance also. At the end of the, once the project is delivered, even then it has to be there. Then information security management role is there. Then after that, citizen engagement management role. How you have to engage citizen. But I feel so it should also be in the end. For example, I will be a stakeholder and I will be providing a feedback to Thapa for improvement. So it should be till the end, not here only. Project support coordination role. So all the roles are knowledge management, content management, all roles are mentioned in this document. And in the same way, they have matched the competencies also. Competencies also with the e-governance life cycle. For example, for e-governance strategy development, it will benefit the management, portfolio management, organizational design. So what kind of competencies it have been mapped to each phase of life cycle also. It is also available over there. I'm cutting it short. Now, next relevant document is page 4, and page number, relevant page number is 4. Okay, so here how it started. First, they formed a government of India formed a committee. That committee proposed a report. First one, we need these kind of people. Once it was passed in the first year, then next year after 11 or 12 months, then e-governance competency framework came into being, and after that actual development started. So it is not a overnight procedure. You can say that we wish to plan, and once you started, within 6 months or 10 months you will do it. It may have different phases, and it may span over years, maybe 2 years, 3 years, if you wish to do it on your own. So another 2 documents are there here. Shows all the initiatives by the government. For example, e-Kranti framework, policy on adoption of open source software for government of India. So this document gives you all policy documents. For example, if for your initiative, if you wish to have a policy, what should be the components and what should be under each component, you have to description, you have to give this format in 212-page document. You will get all the formats. Based on these formats, you can design your own policies. And in the same way, e-Praman, a framework for e-authentication. This one, good document, project level document, how you have to format the requirements and project details. So this format, I found it to be very useful. So I thought if you are going to implement it for your institutions, it will be useful for you. So this was the e-Praman framework document. So I will be emailing you all of these, and you can use it in your cases. Okay, thank you very much. We break here with our session. Any questions from any Noodle Center? So first we move to just a minute. First we move to Government Polytechnic Jalna, Maharashtra. Any questions from your side? Government Polytechnic Jalna, Maharashtra. Okay, now we go to Government Women Polytechnic Jaipur. Any questions from your side?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. The session was very informative and very nice, sir. I just want to know one thing, sir. We have seen all the positive aspects of the e-governance. Do you find any negative aspects of this side also, sir?
Negatives are always there. They are always there. Once it is mute. Okay. Just as I have highlighted in biometric attendance system is that if you do not take your stakeholders into account, you do not convey what benefits they realize of that system. In case they wish to perform their other duties towards their family and society. So if it is only a technology-based activity, you take it as a controlling mechanism for controlling the human behavior. So what it will generate into dissatisfaction. Means there may be a very good organizations, but if you start treating people as technology only or as a products only, so there will be dissatisfaction, and the intended benefit out of these e-governance initiative will not be there. It will instead of serving the purpose, it may decrease or make your organization less effective or efficient. So one thing.
If you go for being a professional, do you think it will be a good for us?
It is for sure. For sure. So how? For example, just Amarji didn't allow me yesterday to share IBM. For example, I have to engage a session over here, and he has to come from Kharad, and so it was around say 25 kilometers from here. But during a session, I can't receive a call. But I didn't do it with our today's expert. So what he suggested me, you give me a Google map location. You just message me a map location, and he automatically set it his GPS, and he tracking it. He reached to this institution. So when I say you as a professional, it will save your time. It will allow you to perform several activities simultaneously.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Using the same 24 hours. And using the same 8 hours of your working schedule. That's it. Thank you very much. Okay, now we move to Gandhi Engineering College, Odisha. Any questions from your side?
Hello.
Sure. Any questions from your side, sir?
Hello.
Any questions, sir? Now we are getting your voice. Gandhi Engineering College, sir. Do you have any queries from your side?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm from. It is audible, sir.
Hanji, we are getting your voice, sir.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, I would like to just know that whether if suppose we are going for a course like e-governance,
Sure.
so in this area, how can we put the means motivational or say technically some kind of courses for the students so that they can be get more and more benefited?
That's it. That's it. For it has to be a first. It has to be a culture. What I feel so, it has to be a culture, because when we say, for example, assignment in context of I say I assign a give assignment to 10 group of 10 students. What happens? They copy paste and copy paste. They give to us.
Sir,
So we
sir.
accept it. So first, our role as a teacher is very much important. You have to set certain checks, and you have to make them interested in that. They should be willing to submit their original work. Once you use it, you have to get them perform certain task in your organization. For example, what I used to do, for example, if a student has to deliver a presentation, I used to say him, integrate that presentation with your mobile. Sony was mobile was there, it can be used as a mouse. So just use your mobile as a presenter, and through that mobile you deliver a presentation. So once a person who is from a rural background and he was feeling left out, you give him a kind of technology and he feels like you go to a hostel or call him in a separate space, make him help him in drafting a presentation, then give him your mobile, you can use it as a presenter, then allow him to use that technology in the classroom. He will feel motivated about it, because what things I have discussed is it is from the developed or when you are into the developing phase. But actual phase, maybe your students may be from that strata of society where they are not that much technical savvy, but you can do it. But starting with these small steps, introducing technology to them, creating their alignment towards it, their love for it. Once they do it for one or two presentation, third time they will automatically come to you. Sir, give us a chance.
Fine, sir.
But that is a separate session I take on that, how to involve students in these activities. So it is you can take from my email ID from Santosh sir. So and telephone number also, we can interact, and I will be happy to help you in that also. That's it. That's it.
Yes,
Okay.
Thank
you. Thank you. Now we come to the last center, MMU Ambala. Do you have any queries from your side? Sure. We are not. Your mic is off. You have to turn your. Your mic is mute. You have to unmute your mic, sir. They are getting out. Okay. You can type. Whenever we are not getting voice, just type your in the Google. Your Hangouts. Can you type? Right side? It is there. We have sent. Reply to that. They are typing. Sure. What is the they have written the query, Mona?
I didn't reply.
They must have SMS'd it. It is not there.
It is not there.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it digital document generated E4 or it was time first?
No.
No.
When
When
we have to,
we have to,
we have got a
we have got a
wait. Okay, is digital signature valid for any government work? So it depends upon what, how do you consider digital documents to be. If you say scanning your signatures, they will not be. But if you have got a digital signatures issued by as per the proposed by the government, so digital signs are equally acceptable for government operations. For example, in our institution we have got for 20 to 25 people digital signatures. I also have a digital signature document with me. So if we have to open any tender for our institution, any three members or any member who is having a digital signature from the institution and who is a member of purchase committee, any of the member can be used to open the tender documents. So it is there. So digital signatures are accepted for all government operations. They are accepted. They are acceptable. That's it. But it has to be a digital signature issued through a proper channel. They have a certain fee and they give you a pen drive type of device. That's it. Your unique code. Hope I have answered your query. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Here we break for the tea, quick tea break. It's 11:35. So our next speaker is with us. So 11:45 we will be starting with our next session. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I request the Nodal Center to serve the tea inside only and be with us because next session is also going to be very knowledgeable one. This was only the session that I have taken was a basic awareness kind of thing. I have tried to link forward so that you can ask the questions to the next speaker at the advanced level. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
आपली गाडीचे बॉटल मिळतात गाडीच्या केबिनला माल बोर्ड मिळतो पाण्याची चित्र गाडी अरे टी ब्रेक कुठे टी अरे हे 12 वाजता येते त्यासाठी ब्रेक घेऊन येते एक वर्षी प्रणाली आपण एक काढून लो जे काढून
Let me download this. So how would we switch between?
So what happens? I have listed the name of the colleges over here. Government
No,
Polytechnic.
that's okay. I'm saying कि
you
मैं बात कर रहा हूँ या स्क्रीन पे
सभी
स्क्रीन दिखानी है या
नहीं वो दिखा लेंगे पीपीटी शेयर कर लेंगे है ना यू आर शेयरिंग पीपीटी फ्रॉम हियर ओनली ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ पीपीटी अच्छा they will automatically do when you will run
कंट्रोल पीपीटी का आपके एंड में होगा
share in
okay in right then you take the call कि कब switch करना है क्या करना है because I'll give you a signal whenever required कि आप उस पे shift कर दीजिए या जो भी है
normally आप experience हो गया
हो जाएगी उसके बाद हम ऑटोमेटिक प्रेजेंटर पे स्विच कर देते हैं फिर जब नेक्स्ट पीपीटी आएगी हमें पता लग जाएगा
it's okay
मतलब इनका experience थोड़ा सा हो गया
done I'll leave it to the experts no issues download कहाँ हुई होगी
अच्छा it must be in the download folder recent we can see अच्छा Mozilla Firefox we need not close है ना should be open now okay
Chrome खोला है मैंने control history से चलना कहाँ पे
right click open source UMX
use हो गया accounts downloads
Mona अपने download folder showing folder window okay sure मैं पकड़ लूँगा है ना मैं पकड़ लूँगा I hope all the centers are getting our voice. So before we start with the session, we just check from one of the nodal center that they are listening our voice or not. Government Polytechnic for Women, Jaipur, you are getting our voice?
Yes, sir, it is audible, sir.
Okay. And another sample, GP Jalna, immediate, you are getting our voice?
We are getting it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, sorry, we took some time because we have to shift all the presentation on this seminar room's presentation laptop. Okay, so today welcome back to the third day of the fourth day of the training program and the second session of the fourth day of the training program. That is on e-governance through ICT enabled tools in higher educational institutions, a demonstration. And for that session, we have with us Professor Ankur Sodhi, who is working as associate professor and deputy director with a lovely professional university in School of Professional Enhancement. And sir has been associated with LPU in the IT departments also and in the senior management position also since last 10 years. And he has earlier worked in corporate in Middle East and African countries. And I welcome Ankur sir for being with us, sharing valuable time out of his schedule. And I have been to his office. I have found him, every second of him, to be utilized in his services towards the university. So I thank you that you have spared and made an attempt to be with us and are here with us for this session. And I welcome you. And without taking any further time, I request you to engage a session with our participants.
Thank you, Amardev sir, for this elaborated introduction. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this session on governance with the help of information technology, or if I may say, e-governance. Well, I work for Lovely Professional University, as sir has already discussed. We have more than 150 programs spread over 600 acres, almost 30,000 plus students, 3,500 faculty members and staff. So now you can very well understand by the scale of it that it is almost impossible to run such a university without intervention of information technology. So I'm here to share with you that how, using an example of Lovely Professional University, I would illustrate that how information technology can help students, faculty, parents, and it can make our life easier. It can change our life and change for good. So let's dive in. So before I talk about e-governance, just for the benefit of all, what is governance? A quick look into it. You manage anything, be it a country, be it a state like where we are from, Punjab, or an organization like ours, or a small office. Even I can talk about your houses as well. Now, at almost every place, we need some kind of governance. Be it the government, be head of the family or whatever, you need some kind of governance. Earlier, we had been governing various organizations and institutions using the rudimentary techniques of pen and paper and having manual registers and stuff. But now the times have changed and we have moved into e-governance. A quick look at this slide, if I may say, that what exactly the governance is. So you're trying to establish policies, you are trying to monitor that if those policies are getting implemented in a manner it should be, then how do you balance the power? How do you ensure everyone is getting the right share of their pie? And the ultimate goal of the governance is that every stakeholder gets a congenial environment, a comfortable environment to do what they're supposed to do. So using the help of IT, or I'll say information communication technology and governance, once these two pieces come together, we call it e-governance. Now, what do we want to achieve, or why do we introduce information technology? How will it help us? I'll talk about 4 main points. There are many benefits, but I have charted out these 4 important aspects. One is integration. You have heard all this, these things happening about Digital India and integrating various departments with the help of Aadhaar card. So a similar thing is there in any organization as well. So you integrate various standalone systems, your accounts department, your students' entry and exit from the hostels, everything is related. So how do you integrate all those systems? A change in one place at the system reflects, or we have a ripple effect across all the other departments as well, be it students' marks, students' grades, students' fees, faculty attendance, faculty salary, whatever. So how do we control it? How do we integrate it? Second is the most important, that is transparency and accountability. A system gains respect if it is transparent in nature. and if we hold everyone accountable for what they are supposed to do. If I am head of a department, I should be accountable for what my roles are. I should not only enjoy my powers, I should be held responsible for them as well. And everything has to be transparent. I'll show a few slides where I will show that how we have brought in transparency with the help of ICT. And of course, for any user from a child to an adult, from a teacher to a student, all that matters is what's in it for me. Why should I use a system? How would the system benefit me? As Amardev sir was sharing while the last session was getting culminated, that we have to develop a culture. We have to make the user understand how it will benefit them. Then only the acceptability would increase. So provide services at the click of a button, and of course transparency as well. And the most important is resource management. One of the topics is green IT of this particular convention, this particular these particular sessions that we are having. So how can we reuse the data? A very simple example of timetable. Maybe you are also taking sharing timetables with the students. Majority of the colleges would be sharing it in prints. So imagine a small change in a timetable. So many reprints have to be taken, pasted on the notice boards, given to the students. And I'm just talking about the most mundane document, which is the timetable. And there's so many other records that you have to maintain, be it the fee slips, be it a record of sessions like these, be it the expenses you have made. So all that, how can we reuse all those documents in the form of IT? And they're stored somewhere on the cloud. It's accessible all the time. And you save tons and tons of paper, you reduce manpower costs, and there are so many other benefits. And of course, as I said, it's a contribution to the environment that I can proudly say we are a paperless university. So how e-governance has helped LPU, I've already shared most of it, but just a recap. So we have integrated all the systems, all the various departments, accounts, HR, relationship management. It never happens in LPU that a staff leaves the job and then somehow he gets paid from accounts as well because the name was not deleted from some particular list. Just because there is a lot of integration, so we don't face such hassles. Hostels, security, all those we have integrated. A small example, if you are a hostler and if you leave the university, you're going to your hometown or wherever, the moment you punch out from the hostel, it is mandatory for all the students to punch out. If you've been to Delhi Metro and places like those, so you have to, unless you punch in, the door won't open. So it's a turnstile kind of a gate. So you punch in, the moment you do, a SMS goes to your parents that you have moved out of the hostel. So I'm just talking about integrating security with the hostel arrangements. Transparency, all the marks, grades, policies, procedures is transparent and is available to the student right in their interfaces, which I'll demonstrate in a short while from now. Resources, the same thing here. We work, the systems have made us available 24/7 and around the year. I'll open up my own UMS or the University Management System account in a short while from now and show you what all I can do using that interface. So we are available, we are online 24/7, 365 days in a year. So we're not bounded by the 9 to 5 timelines. So the work goes on even if we go back from our workplace. And of course, the interface is very user friendly. And as I said earlier, 30,000 plus students and 3,500 staff members, and there are a lot of other stakeholders who use our platform. Couple of awards just to give you an idea of how wonderful the software is. We were awarded through Ministry of Communications in 2011, 2012. Then there was a Shiksha Ratan Award in 2013. And then of course, a couple of innovations award as well. Now coming to the various stakeholders, as I said, there are many stakeholders, but most important ones would be students, parents, staff members, and the higher management. Everyone needs a different flavor, or everyone needs you need to use a different aspect of information technology or the university management system. Let's look at the faculty perspective. So how does the faculty use this system? Right from applying for a job, which happens online, the entire interview process, their offer letters, allocation of departments, their appraisals, their salaries, their timetables, everything is online, everything. So this completes a whole 360-degree perspective of what a faculty needs from our system. From a student perspective, from admission to their fees, program registration, their timetables, the content, the exam, uploading of assignments, downloading content, everything is online. We do not issue manual lecture notes in the classes. We simply push everything onto a system and student can download it from there. So this is how the university management system of our university looks like. So you have to, of course, log in and a password. And of course, this is the landing page. This is the first thing you see when you log in. So just like what we work on what you like to see when you log into any system. So you have your reminders, some kind of inspirational messages, important announcements if you see the bottom left of the screen, and then you see some important dates, some news. In case there is somebody is having a birthday today in the university, you will see that here. So you can go ahead and wish that person if you want to. And of course, the most important thing, I would say, your leave balance also reflects right on the very first screen. So how many leaves are available with you? Now, if you see this particular portion, this is my login, which I use. So as I'm working as a head of a department, so all these activities I can perform right from the home page. So I have 17 odd pending leaves to sanction, then a few other activities, not a few, a lot of activities which are reflecting in my account, which I have to take care of. And the tasks. So all our meetings are recorded online, all the meetings, and the tasks are reflected in every individual's account. So I don't have, even if I'm not in a particular meeting, I don't get called by the higher authorities that, Ankur, this particular work is to be done by you. It doesn't happen. What happens is it automatically starts reflecting here in my UMS account. So I can read the minutes, I can understand, I can go and visit a few stakeholders if I want to, and start and get on with the job. So there is absolutely no time wastage, and we get on with the work as soon as the task is assigned to us. And I can simply put remarks here as well once the task is completed. I need not, and upload the supporting documents as well. So there is no need for me to go and discuss or deposit the work what I was supposed to do. So everything happens from here only. Moving on, I can very well see what time did I come in, what time did I go out, and if in case this is visible, as it's 19th of January today and I'm on official duty, so it's already reflecting in my account that I would not be coming to the university today. We don't have notice boards, absolutely no notice boards in the university, and all the announcements, they reflect here. This power is, or this responsibility is in the hands of a few people. So anything which is to be uploaded to the students or to the faculty, we do it through this university management system. And once you log in, you can read all these announcements whenever you want to. And this goes without saying that everything that we have here is also available in the form of a mobile application as well. So just like you get your notifications from various news houses, or you get notifications of Facebook or any other social media, you get notifications regarding all the important activities as well. So if I apply for a leave, the moment my leave gets sanctioned, I get a notification on my mobile phone as well. Yes, I can log into my UMS and check what is the status of my leave, but if I have my mobile handy, I'm on the move, I can very well check it from there as well. And all the important announcements in various categories also reflect on this university management system. So everybody can log in, check what is important, what is not, and go through the entire stuff. So it is divided in various categories like academic, administrative, important notifications of HR, examination, research as well, and of course for the students. Just on the lines of major IT players, we have introduced a secret grid using which you can reset your password and keep your password secure, so that in case, even if you forget your password, there's no need to visit us or write an email to get your password reset or something. You can just use the secret grid and change your password using this. And of course, there would be some activities which you do quite often. So right on the top, we have an option of quick links. You can add as many quick links as you want, so that you don't need to go through the entire navigation module time and again. You can simply add a few things to quick links, and it would it saves you a few more seconds or a minute at times. So if you see on the left hand side, we have something known as a pit stop and something known as the feedback as well. So again, no need of emailing or raising or giving your feedback through any other mechanism. The moment you think that some kind of feedback needs to be given, you can click on the pit stop and something like this opens up. So you can submit your suggestion, and if you see, the status is also uploaded, and this is for all to see. This avoids the redundancy. If I come up with an idea that, let's say that there's something known as a movement register that a faculty fills if they're going out of the university or moving to a different building, that this should be online and it should be integrated with some other module. If we think of this, if this is one staff member who has mentioned this particular suggestion, and if it is completed, if it is already incorporated, so they can see the status here as well. So it is something that is visible to all the staff members. And of course, you can write your feedback without going out of this screen. So you think of an idea, you post it here, and this is something which has helped us improve this system. It's only the end users who ultimately help you improve the system, and this has been kind of a backbone in terms of contributing to the success of the system. Now, this is the navigation. I'm talking mainly about the benefit of the faculty. So if you see right here, you can upload the assignments of the students. You can mark the attendance. You can upload their marks. You can do a plethora of tasks using the interface that we have here. So I'll go through a few of them in a short while from now. The most basic thing. So let's say you are in the university, in the college, you have marked your present, and now you're going to a class. What do? The first thing you do is you take the attendance. So we don't have any manual registers in the university. Everything is done online, which is you mark the attendance, you select the sections you are going to teach, you mark the attendance, you mention the topics covered, you mention any innovative thing you did, a pedagogical aid you want to discuss, and you can mark the attendance online. Now, some of you would come up with a concern that what if the internet is not working? I go to the class and the internet doesn't work. So how do I mark the attendance? So the provision for this is you can download the section list, which should appear on the screen anytime from now. Yes, thank you. So you can download a particular section list. You can download it in the form of Excel, record this with you, and the moment you have connectivity or you go back to your desk, you can upload the attendance from there itself. So you can mark the attendance online, you can mark the attendance offline, the way you prefer. It's totally up to you. And next feature, if you look at this, a small feature for heads and faculty. If I'm pinging someone, I'm calling someone for some work, and somehow the person is not responding, I can very well go to this particular screen and check all the staff members who are on leave. So you just don't need to send a peon or office staff to check that why the person is not responding, why that class is not being held. You can very well come here, have a look. So I'm just sharing, it's like I'm sharing the tip of the iceberg with you. I'm not sharing the entire details, but some things that would benefit you. Yes, you can mark your attendance on biometric, you can see your attendance, and I've talked about the hostel facilities as well. As a faculty, you can mark the attendance, you can upload the marks. And this is something very useful for all faculty members and all stakeholders of any organization. So as I said, all the meetings are held online. The minutes are recorded online, and they reflect in your UMS account. So if you see, there are a few tasks which were assigned to me by some of my seniors, or maybe from any other meeting. Somebody thought this is something which I should be made aware of, or this is something which I have to take care of. So it reflected in my UMS account. I go there, I complete the task from here itself. So no need to circulate the minutes of the meeting to every office. As I said, it's a 600-acre university. We run more than 150 programs and more than 100 buildings. So if there is a notice, there is some information that needs to travel to every HOD of the university, it is not possible to circulate that. We simply push it on the UMS, and everyone sees, works, and respond in a manner. So you want to take out any kind of report, any kind of analysis you want to do. We have something labeled as dynamic reports. So we use these reports. You talk about, let's say if I talk about faculty, some faculty members, let's say for some sections, the marks are not uploaded. For some, I want to do some kind of analysis that what is the attendance of a particular section? What is the attendance of computer science students? What is the performance of computer science students vis-a-vis electronics, vis-a-vis MBA and all that stuff? You name an analysis, you can do that analysis using our dynamic reports. There's absolutely no analysis that you cannot do. So you drag and drop. This is an example of how many continuous assessments, or I'll say how many marks have been uploaded by the faculty and approved by the respective heads. So once the examinations are done, the marks are again not filled into any award list. The marks are directly punched onto the system and it is visible to a concerned HOD. They do a random check looking at the answer sheets and they match a few marks. And after that, they sanction that. The moment they sanction it, it is visible to the students. Okay. So again, the same thing here as well. And now I've talked about faculty. Yes, later on, of course, I'm sure you would be having a few questions. So I'll come back to the staff perspective, but I've more or less covered majority of the things that the staff can do. A recoup of the same, you can mark your attendance on biometrics and you can check on the UMS in case you missed it or not. Of course, you get your salary slip available on UMS as well. You want to attend any seminar, any conference, you want to apply for leaves, everything is available on the UMS. You want to, as I said, you want to apply leaves, you want to check whether your leave is sanctioned or not. You want to mark attendance of the students, you want to upload assignment of the students, you want to interact with the students, you want to give a message to the students that tomorrow you would not be coming. So you can use the UMS, put up an announcement, it is visible in their accounts, and of course, as I said, they get a notification as well. So that saves everyone's time. Students won't end up turning up for your class if you're not in the university. So let's look at the student perspective, what benefits the students get. So this is the home screen that the student sees. So they have some indication about their fees in case there is any fees pending and stuff, the courses, and of course their attendance as well. What is their registration number, and of course the section they belong to and stuff like that. So they also get to see the various announcements just like faculty members, and they can, as a faculty can upload the assignments, they can see, they can download the assignments as well. And if you see, this section is empty right now, otherwise the timetable appears on the home screen as well. A student can look at a week's timetable, and maybe this snapshot was taken on a day when this particular student did not have a particular class, so this is reflecting as empty over here. But otherwise the student, he gets a snapshot here itself that this is my timetable for today, so they do not end up missing a class. And of course they can have a look at their week's timetable as well. Now, not only UMS, we offer the students a lot of facilities as well. They can have a lifetime free account of a free email address at lpu.in. They can use a lot of softwares for free. If I take you to the next screen, now this is the entire software catalog that our students can use for free. If I talk in terms of monetary implications, this is more than 50,000 rupees worth of software, even more than that, which the students can use and get their hands on various softwares available or various technologies available. They can participate in a few contests. They can participate in Microsoft Virtual Academy. They can take certificates. They don't need to have, no, generally, most of the people would have a pirated copy of Office. They don't need to do that. They can use Office 365 and so many other features which they get once they create an account with the university. So not only, UMS is not only acting as a medium of providing information, it is providing them a lot of education and a lot of learning opportunities as well. So this is, as I said, another snapshot of what a student sees. These are the courses and the upcoming events on the right hand side. And of course, as I said, all announcements as well. The student sees it in a different way as compared to what a faculty sees. So they see what's in there for academics, what do they have for administrative, co-curricular, examination, and placements. And in case we feel there is need of another category, we can always add that anytime. Now, students do take leaves. They might not come for a few days. So they can very well go to this view all announcements, click on this, fill in the date, and they can keep themselves up to the mark. And just to improve the usability, as I said, we work a lot on the user experience side of it. So we have tried to model this on the interface, or I'll say we try and make it as close as possible to the various social medias platform like Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and stuff. So the student enjoys using this interface, be it over here or maybe on their mobile phones as well. So the most mundane or the most important activity, I feel education is most important, but if you ask any student, they would say attendance is the most important attribute. So they say they see their course-wise attendance right there on the screen, and a detailed information as well, that which lecture they attended the last, and in case their attendance is not marked, they can go and approach a particular faculty member and request the rectification. So again, as I said, so faculty, if they are convinced that yes, the student was in the class, they apply for a rectification, it goes to the respective HOD, and the HOD can maybe cross-check something and approve that particular attendance. So this is I'll say a bar graph kind of a view of attendance, and this is a detailed attendance of that particular student. And of course, a student can look at in a form of the regular attendance that we use in regular attendance registers that we use in various colleges. A student can have a look at their attendance in that form as well. And the grades, so what grades the student has acquired, what courses he has studied, and we allow all the corporates, we allow all the colleges, anyone in the world, to do a reference check. Reference check in terms of none of our students, although I'm sure none of them would do it, but still, to provide a security feature below every degree, in every DMC or every degree that we give out, we give a link to verify the student's credentials. So someone might forge with a hard copy of their particular mark sheet, but anybody in the world can go use that link and check what marks the students got and whether they have tampered with their degree or not. So this provides a lot of benefit, because we come across a lot of cases where people forge their degrees, people forge their certificates and whatnot. And similarly, they can have a look at marks as well. And this is again important for parents as well. So when I say student, a parent also enjoys all the same rights that a student enjoys. So if I take you back to this particular login, this is the login of a particular student. So as a student is given a username and a password, the parents are also given a username and a password. Using that, they can see the exact same thing. And look at the beauty of this. As attendance is marked online, a parent can check whether my son is in, or son or daughter is in the class or not in the class, because the attendance is marked in the first 5 to 7 minutes of a particular lecture. So at maybe 9:10, 9:15, I can log into my son's account, my daughter's account, and I can check whether they are in the class or not in the class. So and about fees and everything, all the notifications, whatever things a student gets, all the notifications are made available to the parents as well. So they can have a look at the fees. And of course, fees can be deposited online. We have a tie-up with Paytm and other mobile wallets and all the various banks, debit card, credit card you can use. And majority of the payment that is made to the university is either online or through drafts. And one thing I forgot to mention, that we have students from all the states of the university and more than 50 countries in the world. So parents cannot walk into our office, or cannot at times, they don't go through the hassle of transferring money into their kids' account, and then they have to take out money and stand in the lines to deposit the fees. No, they do it online. And then you can, if required, you can take out the receipt online as well. This I personally feel is one of the standout features of UMS. Normally, every accounts person, or wherever we do a transaction in terms of money, we are in the habit of taking receipts, or the person on the other end would definitely give you a receipt. Try it out in any mall or any place where you might use a credit card. even if you refuse that you don't want the customer copy of the receipt, the person still gives out the receipt to you as a matter of habit. So we have taken this step, and students end up losing their receipts. So again, they would stand in the line to get a duplicate receipt because it's required for tax benefits and what not. So the receipt is available online. Anyone who needs the receipt takes a printout. If you don't need a receipt, it is there for you for all the time. So you can log in any time and take out the receipt as per your convenience. Now, in Punjab, I don't know about other states, but in Punjab, we have something known as a Right to Service Act, which the Punjab government has implemented for all the government organizations. A similar kind of a thing is what we have in our university as well. And again, I rate this as one of the most standout feature, and something which came through suggestions is known as relationship management system. Now, all fingers are not the same, and at times we do find some people who are either not cooperative, or you would find some people who have a little, I'll say, have a shallow knowledge of various topics. So a student can, without going to any window, any inquiry window, can simply put up their suggestions, a complaint, a request, an inquiry, or some kind of feedback, depending upon various categories. All we are seeing here is academic category right now, but from cultural affairs to academics to hostels to mess food, anything a student can select, can put in their request, and then it starts. Then the moment it is submitted, the clock starts to wind down. Within 48 hours, the query should be reverted. If it is not, it gets escalated to the next level and then to the next level. And everyone knows if a query is escalated, what happens. So a student need not go anywhere. If they want to, yes, they can, but they can simply sit right in front of their machines. They can put their query, and this gives them a lot of time to think and put a query as well. And it avoids a lot of arguments as well, because once you're typing, it is getting recorded. Everyone is careful while replying, and everyone is careful while putting a query as well. And this has helped us develop a lot of trust with the students, which is a wonderful thing. Now, this is, if I can go back to the slides, this is so a teacher named Miss Parminder Sohal, or I'm sorry, Dr. Parminder Sohal has uploaded assignments to a particular student, and this is a student's login. So all the tests, all the assignments that a student has to take, whether it is a test, whether it is a speaking evaluation, everything is available. What kind of marks the student has availed, he was absent, it was various remarks, and a student can always look at the kind of test that was uploaded by the teacher anytime they want. File uploaded by the student, once he uploads, it would reflect as uploaded. As it was a test, so it was conducted in the class, maybe on an online platform. So that's why you don't see here. If it's a subjective assignment, a student can simply go here and upload the assignment here as well. And this is how a timetable looks like. So a student looks at the courses, a student looks at his timetable, and of course they move to various classes as need be. And for us, then, as I said, it is very easy to implement a change. In case if you see this, on Friday the student only has one lecture, and if we want to give him a day off, or we want to make him busy on this day, maybe we can shift a few classes from Wednesday to Friday. We do that, automatically the student gets a notification, the teacher announces it, it is reflecting in their UMS, so they don't miss out on a particular class. Same thing happens for examination as well. The date sheet is online. A student is able to see where is he supposed to go for every test or for every exam. And these are the courses that a student is studying. So they can download the entire instruction plan, what all they are supposed to study for each lecture, what kind of resource material is available for that lecture. Everything is available online. So that means round the clock. So a student doesn't have to wait for a faculty. And in this era of flipped classrooms, where the student should come prepared with what is to be taught in the classes, and we can engage in a discussion on various issues, and this really helps. A student looks at what is to be taught in this particular lecture, they come prepared for it, and we end up having a healthy lecture and a very I'll say there's a lot of interaction in the class, which is healthy both for the faculty and the student. So as I said, the examination plan is available on the UMS, and in case there is a change, it is also intimated over the UMS as well. You don't need to go to the library to, yes, of course, you need to be there to pick up a book if you want to, but if you want to search, we have a 9-storied library, by the way. So you can, of course, imagine the number of books that are with us. So a student can log into this library search interface, look for the book, look for the shelf number, and again, save time, go there, pick up the book, and they can check out from there. And of course, in today's era, I believe that placement plays a very important role. As for our university, whether you are becoming an entrepreneur, whether you are going for higher education, or you are getting a placement in a company, we consider it as placement. So a student uses something known as a placement portal, which is of course again from within the UMS, one of the modules of the UMS. They can have a look at various policies. They can look at how many drives. If you can see, 174 placement drives have taken place in last 6 months in the university, for how many he was eligible for, how many he participated, in how many is he selected, and all that stuff. Here he sees the list of current place students, and here he sees the list of the recently visited companies. This is only the home page of placements. Once you go deep, you can see a lot of things available. And again, if you are eligible for a particular drive, the moment you are eligible for a particular placement drive, you get a notification on the UMS, you get a notification on your mobile phone, and of course, your parents also get a message that they should encourage their ward to participate in that particular placement drive. And then we share the entire information about the company, what is it all about. We conduct a few sessions, and the entire information is floated with the help of UMS. So we engage with them in various ways possible, and this really helps. We have a 25-bedded hospital within the university. So we encourage all the students, although we have majority of the details with us, but there are some details that they need to fill on their own. So we encourage registration to our medical services, so that in case of an emergency, we have record of every student available. In case, God forbid, there is a mishap, so we don't need to wait to check the blood group of a particular student, although it is mentioned on the ID card, but a student would not wear ID card all the times. We have 18,000 students residing in hostels. So once they are inside the hostel, of course, they would not be carrying their ID cards or anything. So we have information regarding their blood group, allergy, whatever. We have all the information available so that we can provide them timely assistance. And you don't need to have a smartphone to fetch all this information. In case you are a parent, you don't need to check the attendance of your ward. I've told you, you can go to the UMS, you can use your parent login and password and access the exact same information that your ward sees. But in case you don't have a smartphone, you don't have internet connectivity, you can simply SMS on a particular number and you can get the entire information from there, be it the attendance of your ward, be it the marks of your ward. So that's where I talked about transparency, and it keeps the student also, I'll say, on their toes. They cannot be manipulative with their parents, and this has developed a lot of trust of the parents within the university, that they can continuously monitor the progress of their ward and encourage them and make sure that they are on the right track. They are here for getting educated, become a better person altogether. So all those things really develop the connect between the parents, the students, and the university. And it is only possible because of IT. So imagine your ward goes out of the hostel. The moment he punches out, you get the information, SMS that your ward has left the hostel at this time. So then maybe you can be connected with him over phone or whichever way you want. You can talk about the pending, you can check the pending fees. And of course, as I said, everything is available on iTunes and on Play Store of Android as well. A glimpse of the mobile application that we have, exactly the same thing. Whatever is on the web, everything is available on the mobile phone as well, and they do get notifications. A very small introduction or a peek into the various modules that we have. So budgeting is done online, an event like this, which a professor is conducting. everything, the budget allocation and expenditure, everything goes online. All HR related activities, the resignations, the joinings, any updation of your records, everything is online. All student record, even the dark that is managed. So we receive a post, it is to be sent to various offices. Entire record is maintained online, and a couple of other things as well. So inventory, hostel, transport. You want to avail a particular facility. Let's say you want to travel in university transport. You can simply go to the UMS and reserve it for you. And of course, you want to a visitor log as well. If you visit our university, I would be very happy if most of you sometimes get an opportunity to visit our campus. So there is no need to be at the gate and call the person, and the person calls the security guard that, okay, let him in, I know him and all that stuff. Gate pass is generated. I would simply go onto the UMS, put in your vehicle number, your details. You will get an SMS. You just simply show that SMS to the guard. Just like you go to movies nowadays, you simply show a SMS and a QR code or a message, and they let you in. So all those things are done online. Now, to talk about the people behind this, because if majority of you are looking at automating the processes that you are doing, so what kind of team would you need? Now, you can map it up to scale depending upon how big or what is the size of your organization depending upon that. But this is what we have in campus. So 23 full-time software developers, and of course some coordinators for student training as well. And then of course data center. You have so many activities happening, so many hits on UMS every day. So you need a strong data center, and we store terabytes and terabytes of data. And if I may tell you, the university has over 3,500 CCTV cameras. All lectures are recorded and all activities are monitored. And we store those recordings. So you can imagine the amount of storage capacity that we need. And all the modules, the entire software structure is in-house. We have not taken help, or we have not outsourced anything to any IT company. Everything was developed in-house. We started as a university, we started as an institute rather in 2001, but since 2002 we have been working on this, and it's taken us all these years to improve the system and bring this to such fantastic level. So before I take the queries, I'll give a live demonstration of a few things of whatever I talked about. If we can kindly switch to the presentation. Thank you. So I'm outside the university right now, and this is the landing page that I see. And of course, the number of leaves and everything, as I said, and the recently visited pages, the recent pages I have visited, it acts as a security mechanism as well, that in case someone else is using your UMS, at least you come to know that there's something fishy going on and you take appropriate action. Moving on to the home page, as I said, this is all what I see, the various tasks, various leaves, various announcements. So there have been somewhere around 4 or 5 announcements since morning, and almost 15 odd for the students. So again, every student will not look at all the announcements. So when I put an announcement, if it is for computer science students, only computer science students will see it. If it is for the entire university, only then of course everyone will see it. So even though the number looks quite huge, that there have been since 9 o'clock, there have been somewhere around 15 odd announcements. It's actually not 15. For students, it could be maybe 2 or 3, and in some cases for some students, maybe no announcement. You can search the phone directory, any number you need, any person you want to contact, all numbers are listed here. And I would like to, for academicians, I would definitely like to show one thing, which is something known as the instruction plan. This is prepared online. All students have access to the instruction plans that they are studying. If let's say I take a course of, let's say, soft skills, to enhance the placement quotient of the students, we have somewhere around 100 trainers in the university, full-time on our roles, who take care of the aptitude issues, the verbal ability, the soft skills and stuff. It's taking a bit of a time. Yeah. So we have this instruction plan downloaded here. This is what the student sees. It is prepared online, everything. For this particular course, who was the course planner? What is the exam category? Is it all subjective? Is it all objective? Will it have a midterm? Will it won't have a midterm? How many marks for continuous assessment? How many marks for the interim practical? What is the orientation of this course? It is a course which would help in placements. It is a course which is research oriented. It is a course which is generic in nature. So a student sees all that. So the reference books are here. A student can check all the websites where they can go and read about this. And this is, I'll say, the soul of this instruction plan. Week 1, lecture 1, what is the broad topic we are covering, which book you can look at, what is the learning outcome. So a student reads this before coming to the class, and the discussion is based on that. Even for faculty members, just to ensure that we have uniformity all across, we talk about, let's say, communication skills, introduction to effective communication. So what are we doing? The faculty sees this. They would show some of the speech, either some speeches of either Narendra Modi, Barack Obama, Sundar Pichai, or maybe a few other people. And in the third lecture, in the third week, they have an assignment. So everything is available here on the instruction plan. A student downloads this, and even a detail on what would be the first academic task like, what would be the second academic task, third and fourth. So our semester began on 11th of January. Every instruction plan is up and available for students before the session begins. So in the very first class, the student has a track of what he is supposed to study. This is something about tutorials. So we have the detail of every single course. It's not only that I pulled up one course, it's available for all the courses which a student has to study. Going back to a few other features. So just like instruction plan, we have the syllabus as well. Okay, so you want to request for, let's say, anything. You want to have a look at a few formats, you can have a look at from there. I talk about academics again. Every faculty can fill their course preference before every semester. So we have good number of faculty members and good number of courses to teach. So what we do is we take preferences from each faculty, and of course they give their first preference, second preference, third preference, and so on, and we allocate the courses more often than not based on that. Okay, so you want to look at schemes and syllabus, you want to look at what we have done all these years, everything is available here in terms of various policies, various procedures. So all schemes are here, all syllabus are here, how to access them. There would be some faculty members who would have joined this semester only. So for benefit of them, we have guidelines available here as well regarding all the programs. And the placement portal I've already talked about. This is the learning management system. So I appoint the section in charges of any class from here itself. I as a HOD would appoint the section in charges from here itself. I download all the reports from this interface. All tests, all objective tests are conducted online, and I can conduct all those tests. I can create all those tests online using these interfaces. If any student has any issues, I told you about RMS. They would put up a RMS and it would reflect into my account or the dealing officer's account. I can go on and talk about the features available. And this is when I said we have a tie-up with Paytm. So you simply go here, you put in your registration number and a few other details, and in click of a button, your fees gets paid. You need not come to the university to do that. So rather than not taking much of your time, I'd like to go back to the presentation. And rather, I'm pretty much open to take any queries if we have now. So thank you for this opportunity to represent my university and also share the importance of e-governance with such learned audience. So I'm open to queries if any.
Any queries from this side? Okay. Okay. Now, any queries from? We come to Government Women Polytechnic. Jaipur. Any queries from here? Okay, then we come to Government Polytechnic Jalna, Maharashtra. Can you read from your side? Government Polytechnic Jalna, Maharashtra. Can you read from your side, sir? Sure. Sir, taking your voice.
I want to ask you one question, sir. Have you managed any data regarding alumni report? Is there any platform for alumni to interface with the regular students? So
Can you type your question in the window? Google Hangout window. Can you type the question? Like, we are not getting your voice. So can you type your question in the window?
Yes, sir.
So by the time you type the question, we move to Gandhi Engineering College, Odisha. Can you read from the side?
Yes, sir.
Haji, welcome, sir.
Sir, in case of in university management system, like that in our college also we are managing one ERP for monitoring the regular attendance system through online marking system. But one difficulty with us, if we are having frequent timetable in change, then we are having difficult to manage it. In that case, have any solution, sir? Because suddenly some campus drive will be going on, so we are having some timetable to be modified. So in that case, what we have, that attendance is having get problem by the faculty whenever they put their attendance to concerned branch.
I am ready to answer it. So.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon, Professor. Thank you for the question. See, if the timetable is changing frequently, I'll tell you what we do here. Maybe it can be of help to you. Even we have, of course, I shared with you on almost 174 placement drives. So we don't change the timetable on the system. We have a concept of duty leaves. So a student attends the placement drive, the attendance gets marked there over a biometric machine, or maybe at times on, I'll say a tablet or something, they mark their attendance. That duty leave gets uploaded into the system. So what happens is both these entries are matched, and in case the student is marked absent in that particular class, that gets changed into a present. I'll repeat, what we do is we don't change the timetables. We allow student to sit for the placement drives and we take their attendance there. Okay, at times we manual as well. We take the attendance, we upload it into the placement interface, and then it runs a query. It matches it with the timetable fed for a particular student. And if it matches and the student is marked absent over there, it gets converted into a present, and the student will see that how many presents are marked, how many absents are marked, how many duty leave that student get. And if you're changing the timetable frequently, as you said, I think the only challenge would be to intimate the students, because if you change it online, then everything would happen automatically, I guess. If I've answered your question correctly, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any queries from Gandhi Engineering College? Lisa, any other queries? Okay, hi, sure.
Is there any platform for alumni interface?
Is there any platform for alumni interface?
Thank you, staff from Jalna, for asking this question. Yes, I just didn't mention that particular thing, but we have a strong alumni connect, and everything again is this is also accessible to the alumni as well. I will open up right here on UMS. I'm sorry, on the screen itself. So the UMS is available to everyone, even if the candidate has graduated from the university, they can still access the UMS. Of course, the rights and the information that they see is limited. So this is what they see. This is our alumni page. It can be opened through UMS as well, or you can simply type alumni.lpu.in. So they look at the upcoming events, which is we are having an alumni meet on 20th in USA and 27th again in San Francisco, USA. And these are the glimpses of a few other activities that we have done earlier. but everything and anything that happens in the university, anything that is of their importance, they again get through their UMS. But what we have felt in last 3-4 years is that alumni doesn't go on to UMS platform that often. So what we have done is, again, that notification aspect really helps. That was again one of the key catalysts in going for the mobile application. So they get UMS notifications on their mobile phones, and any requests they have, they can pose it through UMS as well. So it is accessible to them, and then they can go to this website and they can log in from here as well and pose any queries if they have to. So I hope I've answered your question, sir. You can log in from here. This will take you to the UMS again.
Thank you. Any other questions from GP Jalna? They can type in the Google Hangout window. Any other questions from GP Jalna? They can type in the Google Hangout window. Then we move to MMU Ambala. Any queries from your side? MMU Ambala? MMU Ambala, are you getting our voice? Any queries from your side? Sure. You come forward, sir. Just share if you have any query. Ask. You have any queries? हम यहाँ से unmute कर सकते हैं? Okay, I feel so they do not have any query. Okay, Government Women Polytechnic College, GWPC, Jaipur.
No, sir, no queries as such.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, then it's done from our side. I thank Anku sir for being with us for a wonderful, crisp and knowledgeable session with us, and highlighting the e-governance perspective from an educational institution point of view. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and a very happy New Year to all of you there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we break here for the lunch. We are well in time, and so we will start with the 2:05 to 2:10. We will be starting with our next session. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. हम थोड़ा सा फॉर्मेट साइन कर लेते हैं, फिर हम लंच के लिए Okay, very good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the 4th day of the training program that is being conducted on e-governance, eco-preneurship, and green IT in technical institutions. And today is January 19, 2017. So before we start with the session, I would just like to know from one of the center whether they are getting our voice. Government Polytechnic Jalna, are you getting our voice? GP Jalna?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we take it granted that all the centers are getting our voice. So today for this session we have Shri Sarwan Singh ji, who is a principal training officer and deputy director systems with National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, and he's a very humble and wonderful personality. I have visited him personally in his house also, and a very warm host. And a brief introduction to him is recently he was a part of the 40 plus 5 members team that was sent by Government of India to Taiwan. There is a company named MediaTek that is into in the international domain, working in the development of mobile phones. Since under Make in India, government wished to have that kind of mobile manufacturing facility in the country. So they, MediaTek in collaboration with Government of India offered that we are ready to train your people on our chipset, and if using that chipset, if you wish to go for designing a mid-range mobile, maybe around $100 plus or minus pricing, so we are ready to offer you. So they offered around 4 weeks,
6 weeks.
6 weeks. It was a 6 weeks training program, housed in Taiwan only, and he was a part of that team recently. And otherwise, also he's a very knowledgeable person. And in any aspect, you can ask any questions. And today, I have requested him to engage a session on designing e-services for an educational institution, a demonstration, in which he will elaborate upon Raspberry Pi, the kind of pocket-sized computer I was sharing. He will be discussing Raspberry Pi and its potential and how we can use it efficiently for designing e-services in our educational institutions or any day-to-day activity. So I welcome you, sir, to this program. So we have 4 centers connected with us. One is Government Polytechnic College Janla from Maharashtra. Then we have MMU Ambala, Haryana.
Okay.
Then we have Gandhi Engineering College from Odisha. Then we have Government Women Polytechnic College Jaipur. So we have 4 people, and we have 3 people sitting over here also. They are from Government Polytechnic Namarana in Haryana, then Zind near Jind, and we have from Government Polytechnic Chika, Haryana, and one from Eternal University from Himachal. That's it. So I welcome you, and I request you to engage the session with the audience. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I greet you and welcome you all again in this session, right? All those. Yeah.
We have to record this session.
Okay.
The last session it was missed.
That's all.
Later on we will. Sure. Thank you. Sure. You just share your brief introduction also so that it comes in the video.
All right. Good afternoon, all of you. Right, sitting across me and across the pan India, right, all the 4 centers which are connected. Thank you once again, Amardev ji and all the staff of NITA for arranging and maintaining this all facility provided by you, provided by Government of India to you, and utilizing it for efficiently to educate the masses. Right? That is very important. If we have the services, we have the technology, but if we are not maintaining, that becomes a blessing in disguise. Right. So myself, Sarwan Singh, I work in National Institute of Electronics and IT. It's an autonomous body under Ministry of Electronics, headed by our Minister, Honorable Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad ji. Right, and we have a pan-India presence, this NILET, and we have 34 centers right across every state capital, right, and we take care of the capacity building leg of the Indian government, right. So whatever government has to implement in a capacity building, training activities, training the masses for any vertical, that has been propagated through us, right, and I work there as a deputy director, right, and sir shared already that I have a experience in the different verticals, right? So I have experience in the software and electronics domain both, right? And now I take care of different application perspectives, implementing Government of India projects, right? It may be a electronic domain projects or IT domain projects for the women or the masses, for SC/ST or any other different type of vertical. So let's run through the agenda item for today, right? Agenda seems to be very short, but we want in-depth knowledge sharing. Rather, I too will be inviting a two-way communication, right? If you have any doubt anytime right across, you can share with, you can just ask me. I'll stop me in between, and I will be happy to see.
So we have to take questions at the end.
And okay, right.
Recorded.
Okay, right. We'll take the questions at the end, right? Thank you. And agenda today, we will be discussing what is Raspberry Pi, right? First of all, this Raspberry Pi is enormous potential it is having for a country like us, right? And what its role in the education we will see. Then we will leverage this to the virtualization, right? Virtualization is a very important aspect today. Rather, it has already 1 decade back it started with, and this basically has improved a lot of green initiatives in the computing, right? Then beyond this, we want today, we just don't want to stop anywhere in between, right? Our scientists are always trying to excavate a new and new avenues, right? So this, we have a new technology, rather not new, rather it is again 3-4 years back, we started with that, Docker containers. And Docker container, basically we want a virtualization to be taken to the another level, right? So that was not sufficient. A few more intelligent people, right? And one of them was very great, University of Cambridge, the person who is an Indian, right? I'll share the details of his as well, right? He basically brought it to the unikernel level. That means we don't want even full stack of software, right? We just want that software which should basically work for my application, means one process, one application. So there is no problem on the security aspects and number of things. We'll talk about the unikernel, and this all overall thing will build up a green IT initiatives, right? Means this will all reduce the carbon content, improve the efficiency of our working, right? With a very small miniature hardware, right? So let's start with the Raspberry Pi. What is Raspberry Pi? So Raspberry Pi, in a very simple terms, if I say it is a small form factor, little PC, right? And it developed by whom, right? So small factor basically means it is a credit card size computer, right? You can see in the pic that it is hold in the palm of a person, right? That too, it seems to be very short. It's a little PC. It basically emulates everything. It can run anything which basically a PC can run. It can run your MS Office, spreadsheet, word processing. It can run games or videos and everything, right? That to a very high definition videos also. So that means this entire PC can be just put into this small box, and it is developed by open source. Basically, it's a Raspberry Pi Foundation. It's a UK-based charity organization, and the website is also mentioned over there. So there is no problem on the aspect that if the company start charging me something, he basically takes away my data. Lot of concerns today we see in education institutions as well, not only in a commercial aspect, that if a company starts charging me on the later side, right, when I start using it, my whole process will stop, right? They will have some commercial aspects coming inside. So this is our open source thing, right? And very cheap as well, right? This is a $35 computer overall, credit card size, right? We'll see how it originated and what version today it is available. We'll span through few slides. So Eden Opton, right? He's a founder and trustee, right? He always wanted to work for the students, right? So that students should learn programming. They should be interested in the problem solving activities, right? And methodologies. So he basically wanted to develop something, right? So initially it started from Alpha, BBC computers and all that, right? So he thought when he started working at the Broadcom, he thought that why don't we have some hardware basically which emulate everything, right? And it is too cheap so that everybody could use it. So initial sales in 2012, when they came up, right? They came up with the idea. They thought, why not to Element 14, and the RS basically was told, we are having this particular board. I want to sell online. Just see how many queries are there. So first batch, what they wanted to sell some 30,000 boards only, right? Initially they had 10, but they thought with 30,000 queries we can have or entertain. Within few minutes, that entire boards were off the shelf, right? They were all bought up, sold, right? So they immediately stopped that from the website. No, we should basically start making it, bring it to the online, bring it to the market, then only we should open it for the market. Otherwise it will bring a bad name. So there were 2 million request orders by the time, right, where people started working on that. They said, okay, we want this. Now it's a standalone company, right? They have a lot many people working on this open source project, right? And this hardware is accompanied by a lot of open source software as well, right? Basically, the first version which you see on the system, on the this screen itself, this is the first version they had, Raspberry Pi. It's a single board, ARM 11, 32-bit, 700 megahertz processor, right? This was a very old one, right? And they have a GPU, Broadcom from Broadcom itself, HDMI, Ethernet, RJ45, USB 2.0, and it was only $35, right? So this was the version 1 they came up with, rather release 2. Release 1 was having a less RAM. They had a 256 MB RAM and 512 MB RAM, both together, both in 2 different versions. So what software it runs? It runs any software. Basically, it runs Linux, because Linux is open source. So we have to understand first thing that there are 2 aspects in the world. One is commercial software and other is your open source software, right? So people, those who want to develop something and earn money out of it. So if it is commercial software, it becomes difficult because total cost of ownership is too high, right? So initially, before thinking anything, I have to buy some software, then only I'll work on it and produce some application software which I can sell. But whereas if it is open source, it becomes very easy for me. Today we can see we can compare this in the mobile market also. In the mobile market, we can see that smartphone industry in India is booming, right? We are in the top 3 players, smartphone buyers, right? Smartphone penetration in India was on the 3rd position last year, but this year we have crossed the second partner, the second in the list, that is USA, right? With 6 million plus. So USA is selling just 198 million smartphones, but whereas India is selling now 204 million, whereas only one ahead of us, that is China, selling 600 million smartphones. So all the smartphone which is sold nowadays, if we compare the software on that, 83% of the smartphones are using open source software, that is Android, right? Rather, if it is important to certainly say here that Android was second to come before Apple, right? Apple came earlier, that iPhone came earlier, some 9-10 months earlier than first Android phone. But rather, starting late, it crossed the entire market, right? And now you can see it is on the top, right? And sooner or later in this quarter or the next quarter, you will see that the iPhone, the Apple's market share will drop to single digit, right? That is certainly, it has to happen, right? And moreover, the tech giants like Nokia also, those initially tried to bar themselves from the open source Android software. Now again, they have came up, right, with the Android phone only, right? So that is the power of the open source software. That reflects over here also. It supports Linux, which is open source, right? Important thing to say here that Linux too have number of distros, right? Number of distros the Linux is having, right? If we just talk of the distros distributions for computer, right? On a PC based Linux distributions like Red Hat, Caldera, Novix, SUSE, right? Number of Ubuntu and all other distributions are there. And India is also having its own. I must say here, although I have not mentioned over here because that is not point of this, my concern this right now at this PPT, but whereas India too have its own distribution of Linux, right, known as BOS, Bharat Operating System Software. So we all Indians must be very much delighted, and we must be very proud of this, right, that BOS, we have our own distribution, right. So similarly, as we can see in the PC market, we have a lot many Linux distributions. Similarly, that same Linux distribution was cut down for the Raspberry Pi also, right? Now, important to say here is Raspberry Pi is having, right, I'll just share one thing. I'll just use a pointer here to tell you that these are some HDMI interface. This is a HDMI interface. It is having, right? You can see, right, USB right over here, and RJ45 and a USB right over here. But important thing here is how this is booted. Where is the software component, right? Where do you want to have a software? For the software, we have just a memory card, right? And it supports, now this version supports from 4 GB onwards to 128 GB size of memory card, right? So initially it was like 2 GB and 4 GB sort of thing when initially it was released, right? If we don't talk of the right now, right? So then also they basically made a distribution, Linux distribution compatible for the Raspberry Pi, right? With 2 GB limit also, right? So there were too many distributions. So we have Raspbian, we have a Debian, we have Fedora, Arch Linux, RISC, FreeBSD, NetBSD, a number of things are there, right? This list keeps on increasing. But whereas now the most favored one, right? When this the fever of this Raspberry Pi keeps moving. Now we have already 2006 second quarter. We have already sold 8 million Raspberry Pis in the market, right? 8 million. So that figure is very important for us to understand that if world is believing on that, we too have to use it in order to have better penetration of IT literacy in India, the country like India, where we can't afford a big or costly laptops or PCs, right? So this is very cheap alternative, because it basically, in the last slide itself, you can see over here, I can connect here HDMI, or I can have a RCA, and all the different type of connections are there. So this can work directly with the older TV also. So older screen, CRT TV or LCD TV or whatever TV you have in your place. So every household can just afford with this. So your normal TV can become a smart TV, right? Simply if we say, or your normal TV can become a computer, a PC as well at your place. So later Raspberry Pi Foundation thought, why not to have something straightaway and the best, which includes everything. So they made Raspbian, Raspberry Debian, right? Debian was modified for the Raspberry, and a new flavor, new distros were published, that was Raspbian, right? And they named it new out of the box software, Noobs. Noobs, the easy operating system installer which contains Raspbian. Now, why Noobs was there? Only if one distros is to be loaded, so suppose Raspbian. So I should give a Raspbian in a card, memory card, and he will just load it and come khatam. But whereas they wanted that user should not stick to the Raspbian. Suppose I have a Raspbian and Debian and Fedora, both three options I want to give. So they have given 5 options in this Noobs. The 5 options are given. By default, Raspbian is there. So if user doesn't want Raspbian, he wants rest of any one out of that 4. So he can just go to the menu screen, right? Using Noobs, and he can choose the any other one to get download from the website, from the foundation website. That means he can use any flavor, right, using Noobs, or rather he need not to go here and there and download from there. Noobs was basically, everything was made simple. So they got a 5 different distros listed inside the Noobs. Now, important thing, what different programming aspects or software which are there, right? Now Linux by default comes with the C language support, right? That we already know, because the mother of C language is Unix only. And from Unix, the Linux evolved, right? It was, you can say, a graphical version, or Linus Torvalds version of Unix was Linux, right? So C is by default there, whereas few other languages which have a good market credibility and a support, that is already been included by default, right, in the Raspberry Pi, in the Raspbian, right? That is Python, BBC Basic, C, Perl, and Java. So this few things are there, right? Few things are there. Rest you can download this, no problem, right? As we can work on the any Linux box, right, and Linux PC, right? Similarly, I can work on this Raspberry Pi. There is no difference in that, right? So in last, I can conclude with that you can run any software which runs on Linux. Raspberry Pi can host any software, provided you must know, and we must keep in mind the physical hardware capabilities of this particular box, right? That we must keep in mind, right? So this is the newest one in the town, that is Raspberry Pi 3 Plus or 3 Model B, right? So this figure I took it from 1114. This is self illustrative. We have a 4 USBs over here, right? We got a 10 by 100 LAN port, RJ45 or Ethernet port. We have an audio composite jack now, that we don't have audio and video separately. That was in the last picture we saw. We have a camera interface. You can connect a camera also. I'll show you in the next slide. right? We have a special camera being made for this Raspberry Pi. It is available. We have a full-size HDMI video output, as we see in the other devices, fully compatible. No separate thing is required. Only if you want to connect your old monitor, you need to have a USB to VGA converter, right, connected over here, available in $250 or so, and your monitor can become basically smart, right? Or your TV can become a smart PC. So here it basically runs with a micro USB, right? Micro USB over here that is available with us. There's no separate type of connector, 2.5 amps connector, right? And other micro SD card below this, right? A micro SD card. Initially it was not micro, right? We have now in this particular chipset, Raspberry Pi 3. It is coming. Why this is very, you can say, eagerly availed this opportunity, or it was eagerly bought by the customers, because it has a Bluetooth and Wi-Fi both together, right? Initially, no Bluetooth and Wi-Fi was there on the chip, right? You need to have additional hardware connected with this, but now we have additional, no additional hardware is required. We have a Bluetooth and Wi-Fi connector right on the board itself, right? We have a Broadcom BCM2837 64-bit quad-core CPU. It's a quad-core CPU, right, on the board, right, with 1 GB of RAM and 1.2 gigahertz of frequency, right? So this is best, again, the best in the class, we can say, right? We have this GPIO pins available over here. What is the GPIO pins? It's a general purpose input output. Now we know that the world is moving towards IoT and all other aspects, right? And we can see that last decade, you can say the 90s decade was taken over by the use of internet, right? Computing came some 4 decades back, and 90s, the decade of 90s was basically dominated by the internet expansion, right? Every country was using internet, getting connected and all that. So this decade, starting 2011, right, we say that it belongs to IoT, right? With 2020, we will be having some 25+ billion devices on IoT ecosystem, right? And India is no doubt lagging behind, but whereas we have a lot of potential over here, right? Lot of potential, because in India, internet penetration is still 20%, whereas as compared to the 80% in the US and all that, we are far low, right? But whereas the usage of smartphones is good, right? It is a good figure. We have a good CAGR of 25%. That is very good. And importantly, the tele density in India is quite high. The rural, in the lowest one, the rural areas in India is having a tele density, right? Telecom density of about 50%, right? More than 50%. And all the urban areas are approximately having more than 150% of the tele density. That seems to be very good. But whereas some metros like Delhi is having a tele density of 250%. So keeping that in mind, we feel like, or the world feel like, that India needs to be on the telecom, you can say, map like a giant, right? He wants to overcrowd the entire thing. We love the technology. We have a potential to expand. So similarly over here also, if this device, this Raspberry Pi or this single board computer is not used as a computer only, right? I want to use this small box of $35 as a router, or as some other device, basically, who basically have some other, you can say, sensors connected with it. How to connect the sensor now, right? So for that all, we have this input output pins. So initially this was 26 pins in the first version, but now they have increased to 40 pins, right? And my IoT domain, right, and all the electronic guys and the hobbyists are using these Pi or these boxes, especially for these pins only, not using as a PC, right? You're just connecting it to the computer and using with a keyboard and a mouse, right? But they are basically connecting so many sensors with this, right? And directly writing the code into it, and output they are generating, right? So by extending this Pi, because initially we just had 6 or 7 million Pi sold without this Wi-Fi and all. But when they thought that we should have a Wi-Fi and a Bluetooth on this, because it was too much demanded, right, by the community, right? And when they had this, the exponential growth, exponential sale accompanied that. Yes, it was most awaited one, right? So in the IoT ecosystem, we want that device to connect to the different, basically, sensors using Wi-Fi and others. So simply this chip is marvelous nowadays. So that's why it is sold so much. Right. So Raspberry Pi 3, as I told you, the processor which is connected here, it is a Cortex A53 CPU, which is one of the best of its class, right? And many of the smartphones in the category of 12 or 15,000 rupees available in India are using this particular CPU, right? At 1.2 gigahertz. Video core processor is again very good, right? 300 to 400. right? 1 GB of RAM and wireless, and a consumption of 4 watt only, right? One estimate says that the cost of the Pi, the box, basically is same as the power consumed for 1 year, right? That means such a low power it consumed, right? If it is run for the years together, right? So it basically equates to that. So that means the power consumption is not too much for this. So when this this trend Raspberry Pi came into the picture and it keeps moving, then people thought we want one cut down version also. Now suppose I want to make my TV a smart TV. So smart TV means I doesn't want a keyboard and mouse connected with it, right? I just want the TV to listen to me using my remote, right? And change the channels and all that, right? But it should be smart enough to go to the browse the internet and all. So I want a cut down version. I don't want USBs, I don't want RJ45, or I don't want number of things over there. So I just want a display connected to it, right? Or some other IoT based system. So IoT based system basically means that I have developed some program, I just loaded into that chip. Now the chip has to be connected to the network, that's all, right? I don't want to see the output on the chip, right? Or I don't want that mouse and keyboard should be connected, something like that. So one cut down version with a $5 cost only was made available in the market, Raspberry Pi Zero, right? Now rest all things remains the same. Few things are cut down. One is, you can say, the size that person is holding it in the hand, right? It's a small chip with 2-finger chip only. This much chip is there. CPU is the same. RAM is 512 MB, right? Power is 5 volts, same that the previous one we saw. But whereas the capacity, the drawing power is too less, right? The size is too less. Video, audio, and other things are same, right? Storage is on the same SD card. That means if I have Noops installed on a Raspberry Pi, I am working on it, right? I programmed it, I connected keyboard and a mouse with it. I'm satisfied now. I'm satisfied that now this is good. I can host this. You just take out the card from there, memory card, right, and put it into the Raspberry Pi Zero and host to the ecosystem, in the IoT ecosystem, suppose. So it will keep running over there also, right? So again, this one, Raspberry Pi Zero, is too much in demand for IoT based ecosystem or something like that, not for the usage of PC and all, right? You can see over there that there is no pins also in the figure below, that the place of pins is there, but pins are not protruding outside, right? It is not protruding outside. That means they wanted that if you want to have certain number of pins or certain connector, the sensor is to be connected, use that hole or that place, right? We don't want to increase the load, or we don't want to change the you can say the outlook of that particular chip, because this chip can be easily inserted into an 12 mm or 15 mm space, but whereas there are the pins, you need to increase the size of that particular space in which it is to be inserted, or it has to be kept. So that's why it was very meticulously planned and very well accepted by the market also, right? There is no change still in this Raspberry Pi Zero since its launch. It is used as it was developed. So I suppose we know the ecosystem now, right? Here we have a 40-pin header, right? We have all the RC and composite jack. You can connect a jack over here. It is not that the jack is not present, so we cannot connect. We have a place over there where we can connect this jack, right? We have a power USB data port is also there, right? Broadcom chip is there, and a HDMI connector and the SD card, right? Same on the same flow, right? You need not to basically reverse the chip in order to insert it, right? So this type, this way, they basically wanted the chip to become successful, available in the market. Another pick for this. Quickly, we will just compare these four together quickly, right? So on the Pi A plus, initially they launched, I saw shown you one pick, B plus, right, and module B, right, Pi 2 model B and Pi 3 model B, right? These are some of the versions which basically spanned through. Pi 0 is not listed here, right, because it is not to be compared with this is alone, right? GPU is the same, but whereas processor speed, you can see over here, processor speed, right, in this line, right, from 700 megahertz, I have come to 900 megahertz in Pi model B, and then 1.2 gigahertz. Clear. Similarly, the RAM, again, from 400 megahertz or 256 MB to 1 gigahertz HD RAM, right, we have 400 megahertz running. Similarly, the other things also, but only thing over here is today in the market, we have a Pi 3, which is basically having a Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, right? Now, I suppose the chip is clear to us, chip is best of the class. Now, important thing here to tell you that I am not saying that this is the only chip which is available in the market. Single board computer, too many single board computers are available in the market, right? But whereas this is from an open source foundation, it is supported by largest community, right, of its area, right? Single board computer ka jo community hai, in that lot of people support this, not large number of people. So that's why, because it's open and number of things have been already been developed, right? It is not owned by anybody. Rather, other things are also comparably similar to the cost, right? But they have not come up so strongly, or they are not open source. That may be the reason, right? So, well, next we come up, what are the different applications that we can have over here, right? We can run the entire office if we want to make it a PC, right? Because most of the time we require a PC just to have MS Office and internet, right? Internet means a browser. Browser is by default over there. You can just download an open source LibreOffice, Apache Office, or any office over there, right? Programming by default, Python and Scratch is there, right? Python is a new nerd in the town, right? After C++, ranging through years or decades together and making a most loving language from the programmer community. Now Python is coming up, right? Most of the firewalls and other things are written in the Python only, right? What is this Scratch, right? What is this Scratch over there? I just want to stress a few seconds on that. Scratch is a visual programming tool developed by MIT, right? And MIT basically had a preview that students, young nerds, are not today taking up too much of programming. So they wanted to change the programming, like similar conventional programming in C, VC, void, main, and all that int, char, float. So they wanted to have something called drag drop, right? So they introduced this, right? And it was so much liked by the community. Now we have an offline version also available for Linux and Windows, and we have an online version is also available on the MIT website. You can just go there and create an account over there, right? And your storyboard, you drag few characters and just drag few of the actions and just write in that 20 times do this, right? And pull the actor towards it. So automatically when you run the actor inside that action will make the actor do a particular thing for that many times. So there is no need to tell a student or a kid that now you're going to learn integer char float, now you have to write int char and say void main and all that. So they won't run away from that. Now most of the companies, right, most of the IoT domain is also using the same methodology developed by that particular one, right, for programming aspects, because that is very easy. Any novice user can just see that, right, and just go through once in each different pan and just understand, okay, this is the way we have to program, right? So based upon that, Node.js and all many other things have come up. So Scratch version is by default available in the Raspbian, right? These are few of the things which are there. Now, again, I'll just put across that adding all these things are also having one problem we will discuss, right? So gaming console, we have a gaming console also. There are some distros available from the Raspberry Pi community, right? They are especially for the gaming aspects, right? You can download that image from the website on the Raspberry Pi, okay, or on the relevant website open source project, right? And just copy it on the SD card and use the SD card to boot the Raspberry Pi. How to copy and all that, we will also have one slide in between, right? So you can have a media center also. Sometimes people want to have a home theater at their place, right? Home theater today are very costly. So we have a music system and we have a visual display unit like TV and all that. So I want to put it together, right? So I will have a Raspberry Pi and I will install this XBMC. This already is there. This is already there. These all distros are already there. We just need to download it and install and it will start running. So similarly, we can have a camera module also, right? I initially I told you that there is a camera module over there. So this is what is basically a camera module, small camera module available in a few dollars, which can be directly connected with your Raspberry Pi and it will start working. So these are a few of the applications. So what is Noobs and how to use it, how to install this now, right? Very important. If I want, I just bought a Raspberry Pi, right? And I have a SD card also with me, right? Say 5 GB or 6 GB of SD card, right? Make sure that SD card nowadays comes with speed, right? The speed of the Raspberry, speed of the SD card basically, or micro SD card basically comes with the classes, right? Are represented by the class 5, class 6, class 10, up to class 10. So if you want to use a SD card for Raspberry Pi to boot or Noobs and all that, right? We should have at least a class 4 SD card, right? Now it is not very costly, it is cheap one, right? So one class simply says 10 Mbps of the speed. So a good speed card, if it is class 10, it is far better, the best, right? We just bought a card, right? We just bought a SD card from the market, right? Say class 10. And I downloaded the noobs from the raspberrypi.org. This is important, right? raspberrypi.org I downloaded. So I just inserted a card here, right? We have a card 4 GB or so. So when I download a image from there, it will be of 2 GB or something, right? So I want to load it on the card. So it can't be directly loaded on the card. We have to format the card using a SD card formatter, right? So that it is readable by the Linux, right? Or Pi compatible. So we can download SD card foundations formatting tool, right? Freely available on the internet. So I will download a SD card formatting tool from the internet, very small, few MBs only, right? And after opening that, I'll just click the particular tool. It will something of, say, it seems like this, right? After formatting a card, I am going to write the image onto the card. So simply it is this I will open, flashing the SD card using Windows, download the distribution, extract the distribution, and it will be some image file, right? It will be some image file. I just named it as distribution image dot distribution name dot image. It can be Raspbian, it can be Jesse or something like that. So some image file will be there. So I can't do just simply copy, drag and drop the image, because that SD card need to be understood by the Linux or the Raspberry Pi. So I just formatted the SD card using the SD card formatting tool that I have downloaded from the internet. So after formatting that, I will just copy the distribution, the image file, distribution image file using this Win32 disk imager tool, right? That we have download the Win32 disk imager utility that I have written here in the step, and run the utility. So it will ask you, you want to run it. If you are running on the Windows, it will definitely ask you, you want to run through the administrator. You'll say yes, it's the administrator option. So check that one and select the image you want to run. So suppose I have downloaded the image and kept in the temp directory on my C colon. So I'll just go from here and I'll say C colon temp and distribution, the image file name I will select, and automatically device is showing E colon. That means this Win32 disk imager will automatically detect the that the SD card is basically connected on my E colon or any drive, any particular drive. So if this drive is coming over there, that is clear that the card is being read and it is hooked up. But it is hooked up by this Win32 disk imager utility. So by just clicking right on that, entire image will be written. Now suppose if I have written the image and I have started doing some changes in the Raspberry Pi, I opened the Raspberry Pi and started doing some changes. I installed few more things, right? I installed few more things which are required for me. Now I want to distribute this entire things which now I have installed to my colleague also, or to the 10 systems. So I need not to again download and do all the same thing and download on every distribution. I can write this image in this card to new cards also. So for that, we can just use this particular tool itself, Win32 disk imager, right? This tool, right? Here we have a read also. So this read is there, right? This read is basically to read the distribution, read the image kept on this particular device. So I will just take out the device card from my Raspberry Pi. I will connect it by my computer, right? And from there, I will just select this E colon, and here I will name some image, right? And I'll say read. So read means he will just read the entire image kept on the SD card right at that time and keep a copy on your system. So next time you can push a new card into it and this images can be written. So it is very easy rather. We were very happy when we started with all this, right? For Education Institute, I'll take a case study right over here. Before going ahead, suppose I belong to a college where there are MCAs going on. So we got a 6 semester or 5 semester or whatever, 4 semester. First semester's requirement is different from the second semester. Second semester is different from third semester. So I got a one PC rather, in which I have loaded all the things for the first semester, second semester, third semester. So first semester guy comes, he doesn't know anything. He just try to do something and he crashes the entire PC. The whole stack is down. Now the problem is for the third and the next two students, right? So we wanted that we should separate it. So what we did is we made a card. We made a Raspberry Pi distribution and we downloaded all the things required by first semester student, one thing. I just made it complete box, right? Now, whenever the first semester student comes, I'll just push in the card kept made for him, right, with all the applications, and he will just enjoy his own application. The important thing is the entire domain of hardware is free. That means he doesn't have anything for the second or the third semester, only thing which is required by him, right? That was the one advantage, right? He can utilize the whole hardware stack, one. Second, there is no security issue. Third, there is no hard labor. Now, very importantly, that if user or if a student is doing something of his own, he wants to maintain it. He doesn't want that it should go on the cloud or something like that. Suppose there is no net connectivity at all. So he can just take the card, and hardly that card, class 4 card of 4 GB or 8 GB is available for 250 or 300 rupees. He can buy his own card also and copy the entire thing on it, and he can start using it. But suppose if the boy is not having the hardware with him, right? Now that also was thought by Raspberry Pi or the different people in the community, that if somebody is using a computer, but he's having the image with him. So there are some tools, Q menu and other tools are available on the web, which you will download the tool on your computer. Suppose I'm running a Windows box, I'll download it on this. I will push a card onto my system, right? And the card will be treated as the input to that particular environment. And that environment will emulate the whole Raspberry Pi in front of me. So I need not to have a hardware also. Sometimes if suppose things cross like that, the hardware is not available, I have a card with me with all the backup image. So I can use the image to use on my Windows box also, right? That is also there. So one, we have leveraged the security or the different aspects. Second, every user can maintain its own card. Similarly, it emulates to the some a decade before example, when Linux distribution was available on you can say removable media like pen drive. We used to boot the Linux from the pen drive. So we made every student hang a pen drive over here. He will just go to any of the system, plug in his pen drive and switch on the system. So the system will boot from the pen drive. So entire system he is looking at, it is not from the hard disk of the box, from the computer. It is basically from the pen drive. So whatever he is writing and saving, that goes to the pen drive. So once he shut down and takes off the pen drive, that entire thing is with him only. Same way over here, we can do it. Right now, important thing over here, we saw that a Raspberry Pi is there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 softwares are installed. Everything is good running. I suppose working on one particular application or the software, I don't require any other software. Right now, I unnecessarily basically overcrowdedly or overwhelmingly basically put all the software which basically occupies the space. My SD card is full. So whenever I switch on my Raspberry Pi, all the services are activated, right? Whether I'm using the tool or not, software or not, but the software is installed, that means some service is activated in that, right? That service will come to the forefront only when I'll click on the particular icon. But whereas it is there, right? It is there. He has to maintain a space for him. Yeah, sometimes the user may call up to this, right? So there comes now comes the virtualization. Right now, this aspect directly doesn't relate with the Raspberry Pi, because this Raspberry Pi age is less than the virtualization. Virtualization started some 15 years back. So virtualization is nothing but, we say that when the servers will become costly, right, we wanted to run multiple applications or multiple OS, right, onto the server. So it was not possible. We used to have a dual booting type of thing, but whereas in dual booting, only one OS can be in the picture at a time. So we want to run both the systems, right? So for both two OS, different OS, we require to have two different hardware. But this increases the carbon footprint, right? The power was not efficiently used, right? The servers were not optimally used, right? They are just running 24/7 and not even going beyond 25% of the usage. So we try to accommodate all the things into one, right? So for that, we came up with the idea of server virtualization, right? So we just write over here, server processing power and capabilities has increased a lot, but bare metal applications were not able to utilize the resources. The resources were not able to optimally use the hardware, right? So virtual machine was born. Virtual machine simply, right, basically is a software running on top of the physical server, which in order to emulate the particular hardware. We'll see a picture over here that traditional architecture is this, right? We have a traditional architecture in which hardware is there, OS is there, and application is there, right? Now suppose one app requires Linux, right? Linux OS, right? So Linux OS is installed on the hardware, but some app requires a Windows OS. So the hardware, this particular hardware cannot run 2 OS at a time, right? So the idea of hypervisor, the virtualization came into the picture, right? The hypervisor or virtual machine monitor is a software firmware that creates and runs the VM. So this came to the era, right, of virtualization, virtual architecture. So I'll just try to put stress onto this particular thing, that when we saw this, a decade old, right, technology, right, we saw it, we were amazed that how good it is. That one particular hardware, suppose I got a server of 4 GB RAM and some 1 terabyte of hard disk is there, and 2 Xeon processor running in that, right, costing about 2 lakh rupees or so, right? So I have one top of that Windows running. So that Windows server is good for .NET and all that, but we need some PHP server also there, some Apache server also to run on that. So I wanted to run, or MySQL to be there. I want to run on the Linux box now. For the Linux box, I have to shut down or I have to take down this particular Windows box. Both can't run together. So this basically architecture came into the picture when you want to run 2 different OS at the same time, or more than 2 OS at the same time, provided knowingly that no OS requires more than some say 2 GB of RAM in our example. Suppose I got a 4 GB of RAM or 8 GB of RAM on the server. We know that one server is very well managed by 2 GB of RAM, so that we can run now 4 different machines or at least 3 machines at the same time. Resources are good and available. So we basically introduced a concept of hypervisor. This hypervisor was basically introduced in between. Hypervisor is nothing but a software or a firmware, means a layer between the OS and the hardware, right? The person or the application sitting on the OS, right? The application running on the OS, like for example, Apache web server running on Linux machine, right? And similarly, IAS running on Windows machine. So they are 2 different machines now. Now I want to run 2 different OS, right? OS number 1 and OS number 2. Let's say over here we have 2 OS, right? So this OS basically, suppose this OS 1 is for Windows and OS 2 is for Linux, right? Now these 2 are different, separately running the 2 applications. Now hypervisor is basically emulating that 8 GB of RAM, dividing 2 GB for OS 1 and 2 GB for OS 2 and keeping 4 GB separate, right? That hypervisor is doing all that, right? Hypervisor in between is doing all that. So similarly, if third OS comes up sometime of the other, so he will give him rest of the 4 GB, whatever he needs. But suppose if the third OS needs 5 GB of RAM, right? That can also he can accommodate, because he knows that it is dynamic allocation, and currently both the OS are using only 1 GB each. No doubt the upper limit is 2 GB, but whereas they are using only 1 GB, so we have got a 1 GB spare from OS 1 and 1 GB spare from OS 2, and total 6 GB is free. I can make this 5 GB run, right? So he will allow him. So sometimes these 3 are running, but if we add them together, the RAM requirement is too high, which is not physically possible. This all is being emulated by the hypervisor. Now the hypervisor again was commercial and open source, right? This is again point to be noted here, that Zen hypervisor was open source, and others like VMware, the top virtualization tool available in the market, having a good amount of percentage, right? VMware and others, VirtualBox from Oracle, right? And similarly, some Hyper-V from Microsoft also. There are some other hypervisors in the market, right? From different software giants, right? Some are commercial and Zen is the free one, right? So this is how we were able to see that now we don't require multiple physical machines. We can optimally use the hardware using this hypervisor for different OS, right? And different applications running on top of it. Now, suppose if the OS 3, the third OS here crashes, right? Suppose this crashes. Now, this won't affect any of the other 2 OS which is running. That was very great on that. This third OS, if it crashes, I want to make it down or it shut down abruptly or somehow, whatever, some problem crops up in this won't crop up into the third one, right? And Zen, the Zen hypervisor was based upon the Linux only, right? So if suppose there are 2 servers running, and both the servers are using same hypervisor on the either machine, either hardware. Now we have tied up them together, right? We have tied them together, right? Sometimes there are 3 OS running here, VMs running here, 3 VMs running here. So we call this entire thing as one VM, this entire thing as one VM, right? So there are 3 VMs running here, 3 VMs running here, right? One goes down, means the user makes it down, other user makes it down on this, only one is running here, 3 are running here, right? Total full. So here also 2 goes down. Now this entire, both the hardware are now not optimally used, because only 25% of this is being used. Here also 25%. So this will swap it over here, right? The hypervisor will talk to each other and say, boss, you take down this particular VM from here to here, right? And we'll shut down this particular hardware. So this is how efficiently we were using the power, right? We will reduce the carbon print, right? And everything was too much, right? On the fly, these things were used to change, right? Suppose we started our VM over here, right? And the VM was told to have maximum of 4 GB of RAM. Max VM, you required 4 GB of RAM maximum, but whereas I'm using 1 GB only. But gradually I'm trying to put the load more load is on that, right? And I'm crossing a limit of 3 GB. So I know there is no RAM left on this hardware. So automatically this VM from right. So I can change one VM from one particular machine to another particular machine. So that all on the fly, hot fixing, everything was available, and it was amazing virtualization. So we had no need to have a single application, single server, cost was saved, reduced footprint, right? Faster server provisioning, improved disaster recovery, and number of things. If some hardware goes down, this entire hardware goes down, immediately I'll take off the VM from here, right? And I'll keep it out somewhere there, some other hardware, right? So no downtime basically, right? So there are a number of advantages the virtualization was having. Now the problem comes up over here. I just want to show you this figure again. Now problem is over here that which we realized a couple of years back, not 15 years back. When this virtualization came, we were very happy to do all that. But now we feel like if we want to run one app, right? This app may be requiring some part of the OS only, right? I may be requiring some part of the OS only, right? Or some services of the OS only. Suppose I'm just running a simple you can say database application on the server, right? Some MySQL or something like that, right? But the OS has a complete stack of things, right? OS has a complete stack of things. So this app requires only this much, right? But OS has everything. So OS is unnecessarily occupying that much percentage of the hardware, right? This OS 1 is given 2 GB of RAM, suppose, right? But my application just require 512 MB of RAM. Right. So does OS, when OS boots, he basically have number of things with him. OS has number of things. He has all the services. All the services accommodate in the space, right? And only 512 is given to that particular app. Rest the OS is consuming unnecessarily. So people started thinking that why not to cut down the OS also? If we take down the OS in between, something good can happen. Yes, that happened in the next thing we want to talk here. So it's Docker containers. This is a very new concept which came. Docker is an open source project that automates the deployment of applications inside of software containers. Now I want to contain the things together, right? I don't want the OS to have every time OS to have between the application and the hardware. So OS has its own whims and wishes, right? The load of OS unnecessarily is being there on the entire system, on the resources. So Docker provides a way to run applications securely isolated in a container, packed with all its dependencies and libraries, right? Now I want to run one application, right? That one application may require out of the OS this 10 libraries, right? Out of the 100, I require just 10 libraries. So I want to cut down this 90 libraries away, right? I want this 10, I want this application, and other OS kernel libraries, if any dependencies are there, just plug them together and make one bundle, that's all. This bundle can run on any hardware now, right? With maximum efficiency, right? So that was the idea of Docker, right? And it started a way back. We have just a history here, right? This 2013, basically this project took, Solomon Hayek started Docker in France as an internal project on .cloud, platform as a service. Now, this platform as a service is basically a cloud term. In cloud computing, we have a simple software as a service, application as a service, infrastructure as a service. So they wanted the platform to be used for certain set of community people, right? Irrespective of the place and the hardware, right? So they were working on some PaaS application, right? And they thought, why not to have these type of things? So again, the birth was Linux kernel only, right? So they wanted Linux kernel to be used for different things, a lib container, LXC and all that. So we'll see what is this LXC in the next slide. So it was basically just to make their life easier. You know, in the open source community, it is a platform for many new innovation in the world. We have seen and yet to see, right? I must say that the many things were born from this open source platform only, right? Because number of people unknowingly or knowingly basically jump into it, right? It came out with the pulse, right? So if we say that commercial software sometimes just try to exhibit certain behavior of the open source and try to steal the money, right? From those who doesn't want to go into the nitty and gritties, just spend money and get the things, right? But whereas those who want to have everything of its own, they just only go for the open source. So Docker container, the original Linux container, is a Linux container commonly known as LXC, right? In the last slide I told you one is LXC. LXC is a Linux operating system level virtualization method for running multiple isolated running Linux systems on a single host, right? On a single host, we want to basically have one application, right? Now I can just give you one figure here. There's one figure, we will be just pointing towards this, right? This figure, the figure on the left hand side, I can just see here. This part we have already seen in the virtualization, this part, right? Where there's an infrastructure and a host operating system, right? Host operating system, there is a hypervisor, right? Hypervisor basically runs on an operating system, right? Simple. And this operating system handle the hardware below, right? This hypervisor will basically make one VM, this will make another VM, this will make another VM. The 3 VMs are created. Every VM has to have a whole guest OS. We call it guest OS. This is a host OS, this is a guest OS, right? This is simple virtualization which we saw in the previous slide. So we basically are basically wasting this space here, right? Every guest OS has to be there in order to use the application, in order to run the application. So application 2 requires some binary files which are loaded onto the OS, guest OS, and guest OS is indirectly running, controlled by the hypervisor running on the host OS, right? So this entire stack was basically disturbing us a lot. So we came to this Docker container. We basically have this particular thing in which we basically have OS up to this part, it is same up to this part, right? We have an infrastructure, we have a operating system. Now we got a Docker engine in between, right? We basically try to get rid of this hypervisor, right? I'll share with you another person's background, right? He was working with the Zen hypervisor only, and he had worked, and then he thought, no, this requires a lot of space, lot of infrastructure, right? Why not to use something else? And he was involved into this, right? This particular project. So operating system just have a Docker engine, a small software bundle which runs on it. Docker engine basically removes the requirement, basically avoids this usage of guest OS and just run the binary files and applications on it. That means the entire stack is reduced. So the hardware resources taken off by this guest OS, right? The hardware resources consumed by guest OS are leveraged now. They are released, right? Now entire resources are with the app only, Clear? So this was the idea behind. So this is the Docker, which started as a project to build single application LXC. We started with a project. We want to have a single application Linux container, right? LXC container. We want to make some application to run on a Linux box, right? We wanted no guest OS should be required, right? You just basically concentrate, or you just take all the library files, binary files of the OS also, which are required to run on the app. It's the same figure, right? Which are required to run on the app. So introduce several significant changes in the LXC that make containers more portable and flexible to use. So this Docker container was this project which basically created a new level of virtualization. It is not something different, but it is basically avoiding the overload, unnecessary load, right? It was just that. Container in a software. Package your application into a standardized unit of software development. Now suppose I want to basically deploy an application. So I developed an application, right? And I just packaged it. I just made it a final ready to go thing. Now this exe, suppose I am running on a .NET or something like that, right? I made a Windows application. So I just compiled it, ran it, and saw, okay, I made a exe out of it. Or I am running on a C language, or I made a exe out of it. Now this exe requires the Windows operating system with CLR. Suppose it's a .NET Windows platform, .NET Windows exe, right? It will require minimum Windows 7 with CLR, right? For this, then only it will run. It cannot run on a bare machine, first thing, right? So I need to have unnecessarily the whole Windows stack ready, CLR stack ready, right? Then bring this, right? So this entire stack is unnecessarily consuming my space. So they want to get rid of this, and they have got rid of this, right? That's why we now have the small mobile phones and small devices running like anything, right? With such a battery life, I'm telling, I can share with you that some IoT devices we are having now, which have a battery life of 10 years. You just install it and forget it. For 10 years, it will start working, because they don't create the whole stack. They just use that much space and then sleep. Then again come up, use that and sleep. And the boot time is alarming. I'll share with you, right? If we have this mechanism, right, Windows or the full stack booting, suppose it takes 10 seconds, 10 seconds, or say minute or so, right? Here it takes milliseconds only, few milliseconds. You just switch on, it is ready, right? It is ready to do the job, if it is screen or something like that, right? So package your software means I just made a software. I want to make a container, I want to contain it in a container, Docker container, wrap a piece of software. Now this Docker container will wrap the piece of software in a complete file system, right? This Docker container, I'll give the software bundle to this particular package, to this particular Docker container. I'll say, okay, get me ready this, right? He will see that how much file system components you require, right? This particular software package requires. So this will basically jumble it or add it together. He will join it together, right? He will collect it together. So in order to code, run, system tools, system libraries, all. So we have number of things here. We have system tools, we have a runtime libraries, or some code time data paths or something, or shared libraries, whatever, system libraries, whatever you require, that all will be collected together, made one bundle, right? So this one bundle is completely efficient in itself. It can run anywhere now without any background, right? Without any base OS or something like that, right? So that was it. Container sits on top of the physical server, and its host, like Linux or Windows, right? It just loads on the Windows or Linux. No need to have a separate things. Each container shares the host kernel and usually binaries and libraries too, right? Thus containers are exceptionally light. This is very important. They are very light containers. It is few MBs only, right? And it takes few seconds versus minutes in VM. If you have a VM running with one app, you switch on the VM, it takes minutes. But here it takes few seconds only, right? So it is comparably having a great speed, great agility and portability, right? The portability is very high, right? Portability is very high. That's important. So again, something was missing right here also. Now people at that time itself, when I shared with you this particular pic, people again wanted to have why we need this engine, why we need this entire stack now, right? OS and all. People started thinking in that manner also. Docker is okay, but we too want more lighter version. So very forerunner is this fellow Indian is there, Mr. Anil, Senior Research Fellow with the University of Cambridge. There are so many people, but I want to highlight my person only, right? So I like that. So he has a one Mirage OS ready with him, right? He has worked a lot on that. So what is this unique kernel? What is this unique kernel? I want to discuss that first. One having or consisting of one. Uni means one only. Kernel means a bridge between application and actual data processing done at the hardware level. There is only one kernel now, right? I need not to have one separate for me and separate for OS. I want everything should be one. Directly, I should jump into the hardware, right? And that will be optimally save a lot of space as well. So unique kernel, lightweight, bootable disk images. Now it is bootable, right? You just load it on the system, onto the image, onto the, you can say SD card, right? And put it in the Pi or something like that. Switch on, immediately it will boot. Suppose I just want to see, I'll take up the example of Raspberry Pi itself. I want to just use MS Word, right? Or Notepad only. Clear. I just don't want to see anything else. So I switch on my system in Windows itself. If you will see, I just want to use a notepad, but I switch on the system. It will keep booting. Number of things will come up. Start button is full. Slowly, it gradually comes up. I just click onto the notepad. Notepad application is hardly a few KB. Just to use that few KB of file, right? I have to waste so much of time, right? So every time user comes up, he want to write something on the notepad. So why he should keep waiting for that? So unique kernels is the answer. So it is a lightweight bootable images are ready with us, right? So unique is a tool for compiling application sources into unique kernel. So this, if you want to make unique kernel, this is a tool. Unique is a tool, right? To make this unique kernel for anything, right? Suppose I want my first year guy to have C practicals only. So I just want he should come to the lab, switch on the system. He should only see a C editor, right? He should type C program, run and finish off, go home. He should not see anything about this Internet Explorer. He should not see anything about rest apart from that. So the answer is unique kernel. Unique kernel are lightweight, immutable operating system compiled specifically to run single application, right? So GitHub source is also there for this unique. Unique runs and manages instances of compiled images across a variety of cloud providers as well as local virtual bots. So they got a good support throughout the community, right? And that fellow is already working with Cambridge University, and there is a lot of work done by those people for the different domains, right? Applications are compiled into unique kernels like Node.js, Go, Java, C, C++. Go is basically with a Google, right? Google's language, C, C++, Python, etc. All these different applications used in the different verticals in industry, IoT or education or any vertical, basically have this unique kernels ready. The result is a machine image that can run directly on the hypervisor or bare metal, eliminating the need for host OS, right? Now, important thing over here is to understand hypervisor and bare metal. Now, virtualization is possible on two things. Virtualization could be done using bare metal or using hypervisor. Hypervisor means we have a hardware, we have an operating system, like host operating system. On that, there is a hypervisor, right? And then starts with a VM, all that, right? Now, suppose I don't want a host OS. So I want this hypervisor to run directly on the hardware. So that is called bare metal, right? Bare metal means directly that hypervisor is controlling the hardware, right? So similarly, as the hypervisor are controlling bare metal, right? Unique kernels can directly run on the hardware. So that is the easiest one for us, and that's why we are correlating here the single board computers like Raspberry Pi with its unique kernels, because it is highly appreciated over here. So if I want a specific application to be made for a K3 or a junior or nursery level students, so I need not to boot the entire stack of Raspberry Pi, right? I will create an image for him only, and rest of the space I can put number of music and image files for him so that he can just arrange them together to make its assignment or something like that, right? So the unique kernel is basically good because it supports open source, and it boots very fast on a bare metal. So here we have a pictorial view of this as well. We have an application, current application stack is like this, right? As we saw in the previous, we are comparing here also. We have a hardware and we have a kernel. Kernel basically a part of the OS who does scheduling, memory management, process management, device driver, network stack, and all that, right? So we call it a kernel space. This is a kernel space, clear? Now, on top of that, there are certain libraries, right? And libraries are used at the runtime, then application is run, clear? Now, suppose the library for C library is there, or some language library is there, or some multimedia library is there, right? Which basically is executed, and depending upon the user choice, right? If user wants some video to play or some notepad or some application to run, accordingly some libraries are chosen and given in the brought to the runtime. Now these two are different spaces. These two are two different spaces, clear? Now jumping between these two spaces is again very important, clear? The memory has to be divided for these two different spaces, kernel space and the user space, right? Now if user wants to utilize the hardware to the max also, then also he can't, because that half of the hardware or some part of the hardware is occupied by the kernel space, Clear? So for application to run on hardware, there are many layers, first thing. And second, address space is different. User has to keep its own view and kernel has to keep in view and then intermittently shift between each other. So it takes lot of time. It takes lot of time. So as a system developer or an application developer, we must keep in mind that application should load fast, optimally use the resources, and output should be ready always, right, in no time. So this is what we want over here, right? We want to take this particular figure out and we want to bring something new. The something new is a single address space, very importantly, right? This is important to understand over here. We want a single address space. We have a hardware and we want on the hardware, everything should be bundled together. There should not be two address spaces, right? Kernel, libraries, runtime, application, put all together and make one package, right? That one package, once it is on the hardware, right, it should start flying, right? That is what is basically a unikernel. That is what basically we say it is a unikernel. Unikernel based application stack. No privilege transition between user and address space. That means if user wants to access some file, so he has to go to the kernel space and ask, I want this particular file. That address is to be again indirectly redirected to some memory space in the secondary memory space. From there, some portion of the data will be brought and displayed to him. He says, no, don't require this, I want something else. So he keeps jumping between two different spaces. Lot of time is wasted. Here, there is no space. It's a single space, right? High security, because there is only one application running and that dependencies, that application dependent library and kernel are there. Nothing more than that. Nothing more than that is there. So it is very fast. So that means if my hardware is small enough to accommodate the needs of this application, then also it is good. I need not to have a 4 GB or 6 GB of RAM because I want to shun somewhere or the other that no more hardware should be there, because more the hardware, more the noise, right, more the cost, right, more densely we populated, right, more problems crops up, right? So we want to reduce all that because nowadays we want to efficiently utilize, right, and reduce the carbon content and e-waste as well. So unikernel tries to remove layers between application and hardware. That is very important. So this is why unikernel is the call of the day. It's the call of the day. And a Pi or all the single board computer, the people who are working on the single board computer are very much with the open hands welcoming this unikernel approach and Docker, because Docker was the initial, then later on unikernel came and Docker guys started thinking that this unikernel is going to eat away my Pi, right? And then this unikernel was bought by the Dockers only, right? Now it is part of that team only, right? It's complete one stack itself, right? So here we can see the container word is also there. So unikernel means we have a hypervisor, we have a guest OS, right? And the traditional container, we used to see the hypervisor, the guest, and the application running on top of it. Clear? Now this was Docker container, right? This type of thing was Docker container, right? That we saw in the last section. But unikernel approach, in the unikernel approach, we have just a host OS, right? We just have a host OS. We need not have a guest OS right now over here. Right, because all that libraries or dependencies which an application used to have from this guest OS are included already. So this entire thing basically is ready with us, this app and a library OS. We call it a library OS, right? This is called library OS, a new term which cropped up. Unikernel container is an application plus library OS running as a VM. Library OS is running as a VM now, right? Now this so many library OS is already there. The Mirage is one of them, which I just given you a name right in the start of this. I'll again share that slide. That Mirage OS is again a library OS. There are so many library OS already available on unikernel.org. You go to the unikernel.org and see how many this OS, library OS are available. I want to do C++ programming only. One unikernel is available. I want to do Python. One unikernel is available. I want to make my own unikernel. Right, I want to do something apart from these also. It is there. It's open source, right? You just download thing, just learn how to do. I'll show you, share some slides over here, right? And you are able to do it, right? But otherwise, prominent problems which are there in my domain, in the educational domain, right? Which basically consumes a lot of space, right? They are already taken care of, right? We have already had solution for them. Unikernel containers are already there. So that's why we see here the slide, the first slide I took, right? Anil is already working on this Mirage OS. It's one of the very prominent ones. Similarly, at Compute and ULike and UCS, as some type of library OS are there, right? You can see he's a PhD and he's a pioneer in this particular area. He had 2006 onwards, he's working. He was a prominent member in the Zen team also, Zen hypervisor, which was an open source hypervisor for the virtualization I shared with you, right? And now he basically he was not believing the idea of a Docker, so that's why he started thinking something different from that itself, right? And he came up with a unique kernel, or this team came up with a unique kernel, and now he's having number of things with him. We can see later on this, right? So this is what is basically our idea, that if a unikernel approach is used, then my app basically can run directly on the OS, on the hypervisor, without requiring any guest OS. So if we compare this with the very first figure, right? If this last figure, if we compare with that very first figure of the virtualization, in which we saw there is a host OS, there is a guest OS, and in between hypervisor is there. Then after that, there is the application running. So once we get rid of this host OS, this guest OS, then there was some engine was there. Now the engine is no more there. That Docker engine is also no more there. Now we have a library OS ready with us. Library OS running on top of the application, right? It can run on any hypervisor. This hypervisor can run on a bare metal or directly also. And we can make directly this bare metal unikernels also. We'll see. Now, once we try to make a unikernel for a Raspberry Pi. So for that, we have UTBO, right? Is a core embedded or bare metal development environment for the Raspberry Pi. It is not an operating system, but provides many of the same services as OS, right? Now, I am not talking to create a OS now, right? We don't. We just want to include the basic dependency or shared libraries of OS into my application, into my software bundle, so that my application run safely, right? I don't want to disturb anyone, right? I just want to take care of some of the library files which are required by my app, and I put it together, bundle it together, and deploy it. That's all. So we are not making any OS, right? So he will take care of the memory management, networking, file management, all that. Ulterior core is free and open source. It is again free and open source. That is very important, right? This always has to be taken care of. It is written in free Pascal. That is very important, and is designed to act as a unikernel or a kernel in a runtime library. Okay, right? Some things they have already gave us. Now, example is I want to make a pizza at my place, right? I have only flour ready with me. Right? If I am having a flour, I want to make a pizza, that is not possible, right? Because the making pizza base will eat away most of my time. I don't like to have toppings. I'll just eat it like that. But if I want to relish the pizza, so I'll get a pizza base from the market. Now I have a sufficient time with me to garnish it with anything. So similarly over here, unikernel, some part of it is already ready. You just have to open it, right? Include all the things you require and just run and compile it. That's all, right? So this is how we basically want to reduce the development time, total production cost, and the time as well. User compiles applications and necessary parts are automatically included by the compiler, so that your program runs without needing any OS. You need to just include your things. Rest all it will take care of. Rest all it will take care of. You need not to worry about how the things are managing. So how we go into it, how we start working into it, right? We have a library. We will download this particular exe file that we can see over here, right? Core 1.1.009 cucumber.exe. This library I have downloaded. This file I have downloaded. I'll just install it, right? Double click and install on my system, right? So we have a special note here. Due to a limitation on the compiler, you cannot select the path without spaces in it, right? We should not have a space in between. Directly we will load on a C colon on a directory where there is no space in the file name, on the folder name, right? So we have just started installing it, and these are some of the basic steps, right? And this finishes with the installation, and it small icon basically comes into the start, right? So we have a ID ready, Lazarus ID. So this ID integrated, ID stands for Integrated Development Environment. Integrate this as a first thing it provides is a source code editor with a syntax highlighting, auto indentation, auto compilation. That means all the things which are there in the ID are ready over here, right? We need to just include number of things, right, and start deploying it. So here we have this tool. We have a project one ready with us, right? We just created new project. And we have here run. We can include number of files here. We have a tools and similar. These things are same as the earlier one. So once we collect all the things together here, right, we have a certain set of norms which are to be followed. So this is one small set of program, right? Here in the begin and end, we can keep writing all the things, right? Some basic steps are there. And once that basic steps you finish, clear, simplest as a programmer, right? You just have to compile and run, finish this off. Clear. So here we have a project and a project new, and he says when you create a new project, we have number of sources over here. We can see Raspberry Pi A, B, B+, A+, and all that, right, for the application for the zero or the simple program and all that. So this is specially meant for Raspberry Pi and all I shared you initially. So we have to just select the version of the Pi. This basically emulates the environment of Raspberry Pi, that particular version, right? If we select an appropriate one, he will emulate the environment, what is available over there, means what are the different input, the pins and other resources are there. Accordingly, he will create an environment for you. And for that, you will be including. So we will be including all the executable files. We will be using all the files which we want to make an executable file later on, right? And just all the files units are put together like this. He will say all these files will be collectively brought. Units are very useful way to break a project into the pieces so that related code can be grouped together and reused in multiple places. So we need to include the group of units. So some units are already there. Suppose we want to make a hello world program, right? So these few units, he says just like, and see, we say include this. So here we say uses, right? Some of the other the new languages which comes today with the Python and others, they have very readable sort of syntax. So we have users. All these, you can say, libraries we are using, all these things which are required by the system we are using. So by default, these comes up, right? You have to add any additional down, you can add. Otherwise, this will make up a new hello world, simple, right? Simple variable we will create. This variable basically TW window handler. It will create a simple variable, and similarly, we can create number of other variables in order to have one complete bundle unique kernel with us and finish this off, right? So I hope the unique kernel and this approach is clear how we can make a unique kernel here, right? We can take any questions across right over here. We started from how Raspberry Pi works, right? How basically we improved the green IT using virtualization, but again it was consuming a lot of space on the resources. We started having a Docker containers. From Docker containers, we evolved to the unikernels, right? And unikernel for the Raspberry Pi. Unikernel is not only limited for the Raspberry Pi, it can run on any other single board or any other hardware as well, right? But whereas we are targeting from where we started Raspberry Pi and we concluded at that. So I want to share one more case study over here, right? Before taking up your questions, that Raspberry Pi in the education initiatives, we have one of our department in Kolkata has already implemented the project in the Sundarban. Sundarbans are, you can say, a place where accessibility is very poor. That means it is a, you can say, small islands are there, right? And they are very thinly connected, right? Low population density, very poor people are there, and they don't have access to the mainstream resources. Clear. Schools are on one island, and people used to come from the different islands using this water route only. So we wanted to implement some education initiative. So the Raspberry Pi was used. Raspberry Pi using this Wi-Fi was made a small server with LMS, with a learning management system. That means a Moodle was installed onto that, right? And students were given small pads, small, you can say some 6-7 inches pad were given, right? Tablets were given. right? And they used to come because they don't have a power at their place also, right? They used to come to the school with that particular tablet. They used to hook them up in the class itself, where they start charging. While charging itself, the teacher used to basically release the new video, right? Whatever she has taught, right? That video audio he used to connect in the Raspberry Pi Wi-Fi, right, as a server, right? And it was basically hooked up into all the tablets in a Wi-Fi without any physical connectivity. So all that tablets which are getting charged, they are updated with the curriculum that has been taught today, right? So by the time they go home, by the time the school finishes, right, they are charged, as well as the entire lesson is updated onto that particular tablet, right? Now they go home with that particular tablet, right? And with a charging of say 3 hours or 4 hours, depending upon the life of this particular tablet, right? They used to evaluate along with their friends, because if one person comes from that particular island and rest 2-3 people are not able to come, so he can share with them, right? And moreover, that is a school property, right? So next day, whoever comes, right, he brings that particular back to the school. So otherwise, if he keeps with it, right, this is of no use, because there is no power in that, right? And they don't have a power to recharge. But if they have, they can recharge and get it basically again activated and reuse it. And whenever they will come to school, it will be updated. If it is after the span of 2-3 days also they come, because there is a rain or something like that, they are not able to come for a couple of days or week. So they come after that, they put it into the school classroom, right? And they got all the things synchronized into the tablet. When they go home, everything is with them, right? And they can use it there. So this particular paper we published 1.5 years back, and it was very much appreciated by professor at the Harvard also and the Stanford, right? And one of my director from Kolkata visited that place also to introduce and get some support, but rather Government of India supported this particular project, and somehow it got some shape out of it.
I wish to add certain improvement to it, but that will be my contribution,
Okay.
and I would like to have that paper.
Okay, definitely. I'll ask that my director.
Like to collaborate with me.
Sure. That's very true. Very good on that aspect, sir. So let's take some questions because I think I have one way basically pushed so many things to your side, right? And some you people may be new, and some may already be knowing some of the things out of this, right? And I want to have good questions from your side so that we can improve upon, and rather I can bring you to the mainstream what I want to say, right? If some doubt is there.
Okay, sure. Any doubt from this center? Okay, now we move to Government Women Polytechnic College, Jaipur. Do you have any queries? GWPC? Any queries from your side, ma'am? Sir? GWPC, Jaipur? Any queries from your side? Are you getting our voice? Government Women Polytechnic College, Jaipur? Then we move to the next college, that is MMU Ambala. Do you have any queries? MMU Ambala, Haryana? Any queries from your side? Sure. We are waiting for always wonderful queries. Come forward. MMU.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yeah, I have one question related to the scaling performance of Ultibo and unikernels. How they scale the Ultibo rather than the unikernels?
No.
Is there any benchmarks for this?
Ultibo is a tool basically which helps to make unikernel for Raspberry Pi. It's a tool.
Okay, right. So this is just the tool and the module.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So I thought, okay, something else is coming now.
No. We just want to make unikernel because this is a call of the day. So if we want some short, easy version, customizable version for the user, so they made Ultibo, which makes the unikernel easily in an easy manner for the Raspberry Pi.
So how it differs from the other editor than Ultibo?
No, Ultimo is meant for Raspberry Pi only.
What about the compiler?
No, unikernel. Which compiler you are talking?
Is there any compiler and executor for executing their own programs?
It's a tool. It's a IDE. It's an IDE having basic requirement for the Raspberry Pi. They have all the libraries with them, right? Only we need to introduce our own application or the commands, whatever we want.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Krishna's used in Raspberry Pi. That is there. Okay, now we go to the next center, that is Gandhi Engineering College, Odisha. And okay, we have got a query from Government Polytechnic Jalna, Maharashtra, because the audio is not clear, so they have written in type.
All
Mobile OS are Linux kernel.
Yes. Arduino basically is using a Linux kernel, right? If we go to the system settings in my Arduino phone, Android phone, sorry, any Android phone you have, go to the settings in the last about phone, you have a Linux kernel version is there. So basically, same Linux distros which is there in the PC, the cut down version is there in my mobile also, right? It is the Andy Rubin who basically wrote this Android OS, right? In 2005. He started writing somewhere in 2003 after he's basically a great giant, great programmer who worked with the Apple also. So he was a team member when this iPod was launched in 90s, right? So after that he left 99 Apple and he started working for two different projects. Rather, both of them collapsed. But 2003 he started working on a project called Android for smartphone interfaces, touchscreen interfaces, not smartphone. Because at that time he was not having any idea about a smartphone. So 2005, because it was an open source, Linux kernel was open source, that's why he chosen that. So after some 2 years or some 19-20 months of labor, he was sitting right across Larry Page in 2005 in January to have a cup of tea and decided that the Larry Page basically decided, yes, he's having some potential with him. So after 6 months, the entire team of Andy with 3 or 4 of people he is having, and entire financial team of Google was sitting right across to find a deal, and they launched a deal with a $50 million to buy the entire Android. So it took them this open source was part of the Android Google after that, right? So Andy was working very hard, but whereas unfortunately he was not able to find any network operator who could launch his phone, right? But rather Apple was having a good advantage over here. He launched the iPhone before Android. So once that phone was launched, iPhone was launched in 2007, a smart touch screen phone, right? So Android, Google again pushed hard to get this Android into the picture, and some 6-7 months back after the first Android phone was launched, rather it was not even a full touchscreen also, right? But in 2009, the market share of Android, which is having this Linux kernel, was only some 12-15%, but which changed the entire gimmick of today's smartphone era, with having a 85, more than 83-84% of the market share of this open source Android phones, right? Yes, it is having Linux kernel.
How we apply in Windows platform?
How we apply?
How do we apply in Windows platform?
Which?
We asked them.
Yes.
Gandhi Engineering College, can we come directly online with you? Question? Sure. Ask your question, Gandhi Engineering College.
Hello.
Okay, welcome.
Sir, when we are going to be choosing on some platform, so Ubuntu is better incomparable to Windows platform, because of we are using so many open source software in case of application of education ICT services.
Right. So you are asking me which platform to be chosen?
Better, sir.
Yeah.
In case of security, or in terms of also free license of software to be used.
I am a hardcore supporter of open software, sir. So if you ask me 101 times, I will say only Windows, only Linux, right?
Yes.
Windows is a commercial software. there are lot many things which Windows hide from us, right? And my hardware is also not optimally used. So always try to go for the open source, right? Initially, it may be difficult, but rather it is very relishing. And
Sir, yesterday we are having one session that web-based teaching learning services for educational institutions.
Yeah.
On that, sir have told that Google Classroom.
Okay.
Google Classroom. So in that Google Classroom, how we implement in Ubuntu operating system.
The question is web-based learning. What he has explained, it is on Windows based.
Okay.
So do we have such kind of solutions in Linux also?
Yeah. We have the Google giant. Google is such a giant, or any basically software which is open source, right? Which is not too much commercial, right? It is available for Windows and Linux both. So if it is a web-based, then you can directly implement it into this Linux also. There is no problem.
Sir, means is there having a no other setup like
Yeah. Different setup will be
different
there.
setup. Yes,
Sure.
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions from any other center? We once again come to Ambala. It is done, and Gandhi Engineering is also done. Government Polytechnic Janna. Do we have? We have done. Okay. Government Women Polytechnic College Jaipur. Any questions? Once we come to them, it is left. Any queries from your side? Jaipur. We have not received any communication from your side. Do you have any queries? Government Women Polytechnic College Jaipur. Okay.
Awesome. No questions, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We call it a day. On behalf of NICCT Chandigarh and participants at all the nodal centers at this nodal center, I thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us and sharing, teaching the basics of, I would say, electronics in such a illustrative and interesting way. If I would have got my electronics teaching electronics in such an interesting way, I would definitely have cherished it. And thanks for being with us and with your knowledgeable inputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will keep on disturbing you.
Thank you. Thank you all.